This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It's a freaking 420. You know, when I was putting this show together, maybe I missed out. Maybe I should have come on at 420. Maybe I should have come on at 609. What kind of fucking time is 8 o'clock? It's so plain. I look very blue. It's because my night light isn't on my computer, so all the monitors are bathing me with like the harsh blue light. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Oh, more. Did you do your math wrong? Did somebody say math?
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
We are here because momentarily, U.S. President Joe Biden and Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, will be giving a joint press conference with Mexican President López Obrador at the Mexico City Summit. That's what we got going on. That's set to take place at 4:30. President Joe Biden and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on Tuesday pledged to promote prosperity for people throughout the hemisphere as they opened wide-ranging talks about the fragile security situation in Haiti, North American trade, political unrest in Brazil, and more on the sidelines of the North American Leaders Summit. Biden and Trudeau met one-on-one before a three-way meeting with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador at the Mexico City Summit. The U.S. and Canadian leaders' warmth during a brief appearance before reporters at the start of their talks stood in stark brusque abrupt or offhand in speech or manner. Brusque. Talk stood in stark contrast to a more brusque exchange a day earlier between Biden and López Obrador, who had complained of abandonment and disdain for Latin America. That sounds about right. Abandonment and disdain. So we are currently awaiting the three of them giving a press event. I hope they take questions. They should. More or less just a reason for me to come on and chat with you guys and smoke some pot. It's 420. Or it was 420. 420 when I took this bong rip. Other than that, your math is correct. We will be here for a Troll Patrol later on tonight. Sassy Snicks, good evening. Getting ready to cover a joint press conference between Joe Biden, Justin Trudeau, and López Obrador. I always fuck his name up. Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the president of Mexico. I'm getting a little high. And we waiting for Joe Biden. The rest of the Northern Americans presidents. I hope they take questions from the press. Unfortunately, the day after the revelations about Joe Biden's handling of classified documents, that's probably going to be all the press is going to talk about. So they may not may not take questions from the press because they're going to want to focus on their agenda: immigration, Haiti, chip manufacturing. That is a big deal in North America. So that is what you can expect from the statements from the three of them. Immigration, Brazil, chip manufacturing should be the hot topics. Of course, we're going to be doing a real news later on tonight. We find out what that news be doing. A Tesla on autopilot just stopped in the middle of the road. We have some wild video of it. We've got the video, but just stopping right in the middle of the road. Apparently told the driver to get out. We're going to hear from the driver tonight. He gave an interview. Apparently commanded the driver to get out of the fucking thing. You've sold me on the Teslas. I totally want one now. Oh, shit. Do you remember we did the thing last night with the dude's mustache where I was floored by how nice his mustache was. But then I photoshopped the mustache out so we could see what he looked like without it. I sent him the video, so we'll see if he responds. Diamond or Silk, I don't know which one's which. One of them died. I think it was Diamond. But maybe Silk. I don't know. The one that did the talking. Diamond passed away. Ooh, here's something we're going to be covering tonight. I was hoping she would run for something else in 2024, but one of my favorite Congress people has announced that she will be running for Senate in 2024. This was her campaign launch.
We're living through a time of extraordinary change. I'm Katie Porter. Change can be electrifying and exhilarating, but change can also be disruptive, like the constant assault on our democracy and the dangerous imbalance in our economy. The threat from so-called leaders like Mitch McConnell has too often made the United States Senate the place where rights get revoked, special interests get rewarded, and our democracy gets rigged. Especially in times like these, California needs a warrior in Washington. That's exactly why I'm announcing my candidacy for the United States Senate in 2024. I don't do Congress the way others often do. I use whatever power I have to speak hard truths to the powers that be, to not just challenge the status quo, but call it out, name names, and demand justice. That goes for taking on Wall Street and the big banks, big oil, and big pharma. It's why I refuse to accept corporate PAC and lobbyist campaign money. I don't want it. And I'm leading the
I don't want it.
congressional stock trading.
Yes.
It's just wrong. To win these fights, it's time for new leadership in the U.S. Senate. If you agree, please go to katieporter.com and join my campaign for the U.S. Senate today. Thank you for caring about the California we can build together.
Was that Jesse Ventura? Like,
about the California we can build.
he's gonna start telling me about conspiracy theories. He saw Bigfoot. I'm excited about Katie Porter. I'm gonna tell you what Dianne Feinstein's office responded. Phoebe, Sky Comet, Mox, so glad to see you guys this afternoon. If you're just joining us, we are awaiting remarks from Mexican President Obrador, Prime Minister Trudeau, and American President Biden. Coming to us from Mexico City. But North American Leaders Summit, it was what it was called. Be taking that here in just a few minutes. I love how there's only 23 likes on the Washington Post. I've got videos that get more likes than what that video's got from the Washington Post. Also, apparently, I made more money on Twitch this year than what Gina Carino's movie from the Daily Wire was able to haul in. I made more money on Twitch this year than what Gina Carino, what her movie made at the box office. Good job, Daily Wire. That'll really get woke, go broke, motherfuckers.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Mog's almost made more than her on Twitch, too. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. $850. $850 is what her cowboy, western, whatever the fuck movie garnered at the box office. The one that she did for the Daily Wire. Getting ready to go live to Mexico City here. Any moment. We've got the test pattern up now. Mexico Pool Path 1. One can be certain that I'm not high enough for this shit. I can't wait to see what the response is that I get from the news reporter that I did the thing about his I hope he responds back to me. He may be like, "What the fuck? Why are you talking about me like that? Weirdo." I cut it up specifically for the YouTube and the TikTok.
The 23-person jury.
Darn tootin', Nick Wooten. Look at that mustache. That man crushes pussy. Are mustaches in right now or something? Is that a thing? Like, I've commented on numerous people's mustaches. Mustaches are in. Mustaches are in this season. Okay. We doing mustaches now, boys? What do you think he looks like without that mustache? You guys want to find out? Should I Photoshop? Oh, there's you some Photoshop. There's our good buddy with the mustache. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take what's called the clone stamp tool. Looks like he's got a chocolate milk mustache now. I missed a little section now. I totally see it right above his lip. Give him a touch of it.
Nick Wooten has details of what could happen.
I hope he responds back. I wonder what he thinks about it. Tootin', Nick Wooten. Look at that mustache. Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm ready for Joe, but why Joe Biden always got to be late? Go flip over to Facebook, see if he messaged me. No, I still haven't heard back from the reporter. I'm looking forward to it, though. Getting a call from my best friend. He wanted to smoke pot with me. Hop on stream and smoke pot with me, motherfucker. Sexual? We getting sexual in here?
You live in sexual anarchy?
I'm sorry, Sky Comet. Did I ask you what the sexual... What was the question I asked? I'm confused now. You've got to remember that I forget what I say like a minute later. Like, I do not remember what I just said. No idea. Oh, on the mustaches. Or the mustache. Well, just because you don't want to fuck somebody doesn't, like, you find people appealing, right? You can look at somebody and be like, oh, that's a good looking guy. That's a good looking gal, right? Just because they don't make you horny. Or, okay, like, I'm not very familiar. Mock says asexual people can be horny. Do mustaches? Do you find mustaches appealing? Should I do a mustache? I can't pull a mustache off. If we had a president with a mustache, no, that one dude had mutton chops. We've had several presidents with mustache. Teddy Roosevelt had a mustache. We're getting ready to do a Biden speech, but Biden's late. Biden's running late. Sorry. I was like, yeah, get on stream and smoke with me. Let's see, this is an article about U.S. presidents who sported facial hair. Clean shaven wasn't always the norm. Yeah, of course you had Lincoln had the chin strap. Biden's math was off.
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
Give me a reason to use the Steiner drop. Battle of Boston might not have seen that one yet. I made 2 of them.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning, and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Oh my God. Oh. I want to miss Biden here. Make sure I'm not missing him. John Quincy Adams had some mutton chops. Martin Van Buren. 8th president was the second with facial hair. What would you even call that facial hair? Zachary Taylor. They're saying he had facial hair. He had a mustache. I see it now. We're going in order by facial hair. These are the presidents in order. Martin Van Buren. The whole thing. I love it. I love the whole look. I'm pro Martin Van Buren. Abraham Lincoln with the chin strap. Grant had a full beard. Kept it very, very clean. I guess that was the military discipline. Rutherford B. Hayes had the philosopher's beard going on. Rutherford B. Hayes had a nice beard. Garfield. They served back-to-back beards. Chester A. Arthur had the sideburns into the mustache connected. Oh, and this is back-to-back. These are 3 bearded presidents in a row. Making it 4 with Grover Cleveland. You've lost the stream. Stream go down? I think it's on your end, buddy. I think we're good over here. Still waiting on Joe Biden to come back. So we got 4 in a row now with Grover Cleveland coming in with a mustache. And that would be 6 in a row with Harrison, and then Cleveland coming back for his second term non-consecutively. Old Teddy Roosevelt. Apparently we took a break from facial-haired presidents, and Teddy Roosevelt brought it back with the mustache. Taft with the much cooler mustache than Teddy Roosevelt. And Taft was our last president with facial hair. Holy shit. God, I guess that's right. Damn. It has been 110 years since we have had a president with facial hair. My God. I like that. I want to learn something. We were talking about presidents, and then I brought up the video with the facial hair because I thought it was funny. I sent that to the reporter, so we're going to see if the reporter has anything to say. I can't believe there hasn't been a president in 110 fucking years that had facial hair. Wow. Why? Why is Commie Trash Bag? Good afternoon, my friend. Thank you for being a freaking follower. We're not normally on at this time. I'm usually on 8 p.m. Eastern, Sunday through Thursday, and we do a news rundown. We find out what that news be doing. We're getting ready to watch Mexican President Obrador, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and U.S. President Joe Biden give remarks from Mexico City. They just ain't on yet. So we'll go to Mexico City whenever feed pops up. You want a Conrad emoji? Why? Commie, my friend. Well, this is why you should tune in for the Troll Patrol every night, and then you won't say stupid shit like that. See, there's no need for an FBI raid on Biden because Biden was the one that alerted the National Archives to having the documents, and he handed them over to the National Archives. Trump got raided because the National Archives said you got classified documents a year and a half before they went and raided him. If you could call it a raid. I mean, what kind of commie trash bag carries water for Trump? I don't think that's very commie of you. Why defend a right-wing asshole? Especially doing it by misrepresenting the facts. Do I have a double standard, or are the incidents not comparable? Do you see what I'm saying? And they are investigating him. That's the story that we did last night. Well, then I don't think you're very bright then. If you don't see how the two situations are completely different, then I can't help you. I've already explained the differences. Cause like, here's the thing: is people act like this was some egregious act against Trump. But like, I'm looking at it a year and a half before they took law enforcement action on him to go into Mar-a-Lago and get those documents. They gave him every opportunity. It wasn't until It wasn't until his lawyers said, that's all, we don't have any more classified documents. And then the FBI found out they did have more classified documents. Buddy, I don't know how I'm coping. I'm not even a Biden fan. That's the weird thing.
Come on, man.
I just do the news, and I'm telling you what the facts are. I don't know. Am I the Justice Department? Am I Jack Smith, the special prosecutor? I'm not privy to that information. I don't understand what your deal is. Like you're in here like trying to own me, and you look fucking stupid, my friend. I don't think you're a commie trash bag. I think you're a right-wing fucking moron. Just saying. We do have a live shot from Mexico City. We await. Oh, it looks like Washington Post audio is kind of shit. They're awaiting remarks from Mexican President Obrador, U.S. President Biden, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if during this year Trump is facing multiple charges. The grand jury has wrapped up its investigation in Georgia, so possibly within the month we could have indictments unsealed. Why you riding Trump's dick for? How's it taste? Their sound was shit. Yeah. We'll take the sound from Washington Post whenever we get it. We're still getting things set up. I'm like a fucking Proud Boy over here. Oh, he's Canadian. Oh shit. Kami, please come back tonight. The chat's really been fiending for somebody to call or Discord in. They feel like I haven't argued with people in a while, and I feel like they want some of it. That sounds about right. You banned from using phones, stupid fuck. Oh shit. I think it's bang phone, Sky Comet. Yeah. I should make it bang call as well. Then fucking block your number, you dumb piece of trash. God damn. I don't want you to have my number. Ho ho ho. Fuck, right-wingers are stupid. Oh, god damn.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Why are you so stupid? Chud's probably can figure out how to get banned from phones. Oh, god damn. I am astounded every day by the dumbassery that I see. I don't even think anybody else has this live feed. So if we don't have sound from the Washington Post. Wait, is that Kim Jong-un sitting in the crowd? What the fuck? Do you see that haircut? Who snuck him in? How am I racist? How is a fade haircut, commenting on a fade haircut racist, you asshole? Cancel Justin. I'm not high enough for this shit. It looks like Oon's haircut, does it not? Also, several people in the chat, on top of bringing up Diamond last night, somebody brought up Andrew Callahan, to which I was like, who the fuck is Andrew Callahan? I had to Google it after I got off stream, because this is fucking what everybody's talking about. And it's that dude that I just watched his documentary like last weekend. If you want to call it that. I don't know what you... I mean, it is a reflexive documentary. I saw the clip where he sits down calling out the dude for being a pedophile. Like the QAnon guy that's like Hillary Clinton eating babies and shit. See, the dude doesn't look like Kim Jong-un when he turns around. Dude, you're like acting like fucking like I'm using a disposable Google number. I have like 20 of them. I'm primitive, I say as I'm talking on Twitch. Yeah, I don't care about the drama. I saw somebody post the like Alex Jones is like, why the fuck does everybody have to not be pure in this world? Damn it. And I'm like, yeah, because I enjoyed the HBO bit that I watched. Still no audio. Yeah, and apparently they're pretty spot on. It's multiple people all giving the same MO. You know, it's one of those things where if there's just one allegation, that's one thing, but when completely different people all pop up and start saying the same shit. Like that's how we know like the Vince McMahon allegation is absolutely true. Because, like, the one woman in 2007 accused him of making her take a picture of him naked so he can send to his girlfriend, and then he started groping her and shit. And come to find out, after we have all the other allegations, that, like, it's the same fucking thing over and over again. So, that is totally a... indication that the allegations have merit to them. Yeah, I don't like infighting. Hey, get the fuck out of here, dumb shit. I don't like infighting. Get the fuck out of here, dumb shit. Bye, everybody. Oh, Virgil. Oh my god. And here's the thing is I really liked Virgil. I really liked Virgil. I love everybody asking Brianna Joy Gray. Whatever happened to your partner? Oh, god damn. Oh. I got accused of being predatory the other day. So in one of my stand-up bits, I have a joke about girls with daddy issues. But I was talking about, I was like 28 or 29 and was dating a 21-year-old when I was in college. So I'm in this Jerry Seinfeld, or I'm in a Seinfeld group. And I made a comment about seeing Jerry. Was when I realized he wasn't funny. When I saw his stand-up, that's when I realized he wasn't funny. And this dude was like, yo, yeah, let's see you get up on stage and try it. Blah, 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 blah. So I was like, all right, here's a link to one of my sets. And he came back, he was like, well, this is predatory. Oh my God, you're talking about preying on young girls, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, buddy, chill out. Like, oh, my hookups could drink. You're saying this in defense of Jerry Seinfeld, who really did prey on an underage girl. I do believe his wife was 16 or 17 when they started dating. Just saying. Man, I owe Larry David everything. I owe Larry, like... I've made the comment that if I saw Mike Patton, I would just drop to my knees and blow him because he's given me so many hours of entertainment. Larry David, man. Larry David. I would have had to blow that motherfucker as well on the same principle, is that he has given me hours upon hours upon hours of entertainment. Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Both two of my favorite shows of all time. Yeah, when I saw Jerry Seinfeld in 2005, that is when I realized, oh shit, Larry David is what I love about this TV show. It is not Jerry Seinfeld. It really exposed it for me. You have audio now. Still no audio from the Washington Post. I'd be getting restless too. Wow. I pointed out that your child, because like people are saying shit like, oh, we need to protect the children from these violent immigrants. I'm like, your child is much more likely to be assaulted by someone in your family. Thank you so much. Look at this gigantic ass. Blue raspberry slush. Brr, it's cold in there. He had the door open earlier. It's a little chilly. That's good shit. CBS News has they say it's going on at 5 p.m. CBS is listing it as 5 p.m. Usually when Washington Post comes on early for things, I'll have commentators. I really like the Washington Post comment. Thread I was telling you about. This is the Troll Patrol. Watching me troll is when are men and fathers in the West going to stop allowing others to sacrifice their children's innocence and lives on the altar of progressive politics? Some of these policymakers won't even change when it's their own kids. So it's supposedly about a immigrant attacking a teenager, and I was like, when are you guys going to quit with the anecdotes to promote your bigotry? Statistically, family members and church staff are far more likely to abuse children. So, fantastic response. Thanks for your input. Now shut the fuck up. Guess he didn't like what I had to say, eh? I don't know what statistically gay men are more likely to have been sexually initiated by an adult while they were underage than straight men. I'm not so sure that that's true. I don't know how that is a response to what I said. Someone filled time zone math.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
That was the thread I was referencing there. Yes, news going live, but they're still on like a promo bumper.
For now, we begin with documents that were marked classified that were found at President Biden's former office here in Washington. Attorney General Merrick Garland has assigned the U.S. Attorney in Chicago.
Canada, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There we get Washington Post.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
To review those materials. The president's personal lawyers discovered roughly 10 documents at the Penn Biden Center in Washington shortly before last year's midterm elections. The documents were contained in a folder that was in a box with other unclassified papers. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy called the recovery
No, they did not know they were missing.
From Mr. Biden's time as vice president, quote, very concerning. For more congressional.
Once again, the difference in the Biden, I just got brain freeze. That was horrible.
Thanks so much for being here at the desk. There have been a number of new developments today. So what can you tell us?
Just the last few minutes, CBS News has confirmed there are roughly 10 documents with a range of classification levels, highly classified included. Perhaps no surprise. The new House Republican majority is pouncing on this, calling for new investigations. We learned a few moments ago the House Oversight Committee, led by James Comer of Kentucky, has formally launched its own investigation into this, requesting documents from the White House, answering for these records, and requesting them by January 24th. It's a short timetable. The House Intelligence
That's 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks, and ultimately, they're going to hold the deadlines firm, they say, on this. They expect them within 2 weeks. Also, the top Republican on the House Intelligence Committee, Michael Turner of Ohio, says he's going to ask the department and the director of national intelligence for a damage assessment of what might have been compromised, what damage might have been incurred by these records being in a Biden-affiliated personal office.
Have we asked for a damage assessment on Trump?
How the president's world has changed now that Republicans control the House. They now, for the first time in his presidency, have the ability to launch investigations into him, into his administration, into his family. And that's exactly what they're doing less than 24 hours after we first learned about these classified documents, when there are still a lot of unanswered questions. I mean, you pointed out that we now know that these documents were of a range of levels.
I don't know how this shit happens, because all of them have had classified documents.
What strikes me,
Clinton had documents, Obama had documents that had to be returned to the National
Archives. First thing out of the
Archives.
gates for the House Oversight Committee in terms of a date set, firm deadline, formal announcement of an investigation. They had pledged a whole series of investigations into the Biden administration from the House Oversight Committee, including into the president's son. This now is the first thing out of the gates, and the symmetry between this and what James Comer, the top Republican on the committee, argues is the Mar-a-Lago case is part of what's informing their argument, that there's two like-styled cases that they want to have investigated similarly. They're making an equivalency there, whether justified or not.
We know
not.
that Republicans are drawing those comparisons. What do Democrats have to say today when you were speaking to them in the halls of Congress about this situation?
Let's go back to the same committee, the House Oversight Committee.
Still waiting for
the lead on this. The top Democrat on that committee,
the
is
president
of Maryland, who says his first impression of what he's read of the reporting is that the Biden attorneys seem to move immediately, promptly, and properly once records are discovered. You can see the baseline foundation of their argument that there was a speed with which the Biden team responded to this, a contrast to Mar-a-Lago, where it required an FBI seizure on August 8th, months after the request for the return of the documents began.
Right. Basically, what the White House has said is that the president's lawyers were packing up his office. They found these documents. Immediately, they stopped what they were doing. They contacted the National Archives, and then they, in turn, contacted the Justice Department. Scott, with the time we have left, I want to ask you about another big story.
I just don't understand how that's cope on our part. Like, it is completely different situations.
Just today, you had 2 New York Democrats announcing that they are going to file a formal complaint with the Ethics Committee in the House. What are they accusing him of, and what are the possible implications here?
PJ, welcome in, my friend. I'm not high enough for this shit.
Those 2 New York Democrats, Dan Goldman and Richie Torres, delivered their ethics complaint to Congressman Santos's door today. Let's let Dan Goldman explain
base raid
what he was after when he delivered the complaint today.
Mr. Santos's conduct.
Somebody shout PJ out for me, please.
His outright lies about his biography, about his employment, about his
you guys missed the fun. We had a weird chud in here earlier.
All of that reflects on every one of us in Congress, and what we are asking.
We were watching the CBS News.
Very specifically,
as we were waiting for Washington Post to go live with Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, U.S. President Biden, Mexican President Obrador's joint press conference from Mexico City, summit of North American leaders. Live shot from Mexico City. Should be getting started anytime now. Yeah, the dude's name was Commie Trashbag. I'm like, you're not talking like a commie. Talking like a right-wing chud. Yeah, see, that dude looks nothing like it. I earlier thought that this dude was Kim Jong-un, but it was strictly from the shot of the back of his head. And you could understand how I would think that. He did kind of look like Kim Jong-un from behind. Oh, God. You know what I forgot to do? I clipped the fight from Congress the other day where like Matt Gaetz almost got punched. But I meant to go back. See, look, that's a Kim Jong-un haircut if I've ever seen one. But I meant to go back and clip the section where we saw that kid, and I thought he looked like the backwards talking guy from Twin Peaks. I meant to clip that for a TikTok because it worked out so perfectly. I played the clip and like the backwards talking dude was dancing. Then he sits down, it's like zip job off. I was like 38 years old when I found out that the Missy Elliott song where she's like, put it down, flip it, and reverse it. I thought she was just saying some weird shit, but she was saying the verse backwards. I'll admit it, and I felt dumb when I realized that. I do not want moonshine in my slushie, but thank you, Curious. Some people might say that sounds like a good idea. I would be out before the stream, the actual stream that I'm supposed to do at 8 o'clock tonight. And maybe that's why she's trying to ply me with the moonshine. Charlotte's birthday. Who's Charlotte? Who's Charlotte? I'm confused now. Oh, yes, it's another one of those funny things about me. Yeah, I thought the 50 Cent song in the club. Remember, I had that clip in the best of. I always thought it said "Go Charlotte, it's your birthday," because I thought the motherfucker was from Charlotte or some shit. But apparently, it's "Go Shorty."
Thank you.
Is that as good as me saying Sioux Falls? I thought the motherfucker was from Charlotte or some shit. It makes sense that a rapper be like, "Go Charlotte, it's your birthday." We out on the town partying and shit, you know. Maybe it was the Centennial. Great minds. Backmasking. What did I fuck up this time? What? I said, I called hyperbole one time on stream. That was pretty funny. One of my earliest fuck ups when I started doing this. Oh, backmasking is the Missy Elliott thing. Oh, okay. One of my earliest flub ups was I was talking about right wingers being spoon fed propaganda, and I said foon sped. Foon sped. Seriously, it is a Kim Jong-un fade. Curiouser, does that dude not have Kim Jong-un's haircut? I'm not smoking crack. They wanted to cancel me over this one. The state could force you to have that haircut. Oh, wait a minute. There are conflicting reports out of North Korea. There are both stories that the state forces all the kids to have the same haircut as Kim Jong-un, but there are also stories that you will be executed if you have the same haircut as Kim Jong-un. So it's another one of those Western propaganda things. I don't know what to fucking believe. Hard to get reliable information out of a hermit kingdom. Goddamn, I thought Joe Biden was supposed to come on at 4:30. I've just been sitting here bullshitting for so long, as if I dislike sitting here bullshitting. I want more of my slush, but I drank it so fast when I first took a sip of it that I got the brain freeze. Now I'm scared of it. Oh fuck! I hit the microphone with it. So refreshing. I'm sorry you all don't have Sonic Blue Raspberry Slush. You just missed the half price though, didn't you? It's like 2 to 4. This was a full price slush. I know that because when I worked at Olin Mills, we took lunch at 2 o'clock. Like, ooh, I'll go to Sonic and get me a half price slush and a sweet tea for like $1. Are you just supposed to stick your tongue to the roof of your mouth? We don't have brain freeze anymore. So good. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have entertainment prepared for you. I thought Biden would be speaking. Thought I'd be cracking jokes about these motherfuckers. But no, there's 3 of them, so I wonder how long this is going to last. Because here's the thing is, like, I've got an actual show to prepare for. She's setting off the fire alarm in there.
Yeah.
We do it all the time, though. We'll be like standing in the kitchen smoking pot and not realizing we're blowing it right at the fire alarm. At least we don't live in like a fucking building where they have to evacuate the whole goddamn place. Man, when I lived on a college campus, I had to evacuate the apartment building anytime the fire alarms went off. Sucked. Good. Go. And what am I supposed to do when I stick my tongue to the roof? I'm like, oh shit, that. That's not good. Ow. How do I keep getting it? I thought if you got it once, like it won't happen again. What the fuck? The fuck is brain freeze anyway? See, that's how you know there's no God. What God would do that? When you drink a refreshing slush, your brain hurts. What the hell? A brain freeze usually occurs after a cold food or beverage touches the roof of the mouth. The sudden temperature change of the tissue stimulates nerves, causing rapid dilation and swelling of blood vessels. This response is an attempt to direct blood to the area and warm it back up. The headache that follows is triggered when the pain receptors in your mouth signal your brain using the nerves in your face. The end result is a sudden sharp pain and the usual exclamation that is synonymous with this phenomenon. Lasts anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes in duration. Recommend you eat slowly. Try pressing your tongue against the roof of your mouth to warm the blood vessels. Other suggested tricks include holding your head back or breathing in through your mouth and out through your nose to pass warmer air through the nasal passages. Oh. Back to Washington Post, boring us. Now I really am scared of this motherfucker. Don't drink it too fast. Yeah, I've never experienced it for a few minutes. That might have been a minute just now when it freaked me out there. But the slush is so good. Justin's brain freeze stream. Damn it, Biden. What time are you supposed to speak? Maybe it was 4:30 Central Time. Because I do believe Mexico City is on Central Time. Which would be coming up in about 10 minutes.
To trigger a raid of the residence of a former president. I mean, it's
we're still talking about this
that
shit.
A sleepy government agency like the National Archives would have that much authority. Now, we see the same thing happen with Joe Biden, and by the way, we know it's happened with other presidents where they've mistakenly taken documents home. And
Ooh, mistakenly, that's the key word there, Comer. Trump didn't mistakenly do it.
But it doesn't appear anything's happened to Joe Biden, and why are we just now learning about this? They're supposed to brief the Republicans on the Oversight Committee when something like this happens because the National Archives is in our jurisdiction.
Mr. Chairman, in the past, you have accused the Justice Department of being weaponized against former President Trump and his allies. But if it is the case, as the Justice Department has said, that this Biden situation was immediately taken under advisement and assigned to a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, does that address some of your concerns and accusations that somehow Democrats and Republicans are treated differently by the Justice Department?
Well, it may. Again, we want to know exactly what Donald Trump supposedly has. I mean, look, every president has had an issue with taking classified documents. That's something that's very clear, and the evidence is there. Joe Biden was very quick to criticize Donald Trump after the raid, said he acted irresponsibly in having those classified
over a year Trump had to return the documents.
I get it. But other presidents weren't raided.
He was not cooperating.
We're just now finding out about this. You know, this is 2 months later. Why didn't we learn about this at the moment it happened? Was it because it was a week before the election when Joe Biden was making the closing argument with the American people that Republicans were a threat to democracy and citing the raid at Mar-a-Lago? Is that the reason we didn't hear about it then? I mean, I'm very concerned about the flow of information, very concerned that there is a two-tier justice system in the Department of Justice, and that's why we're starting this select committee to investigate whether or not the Department of Justice has been weaponized.
But wasn't the difference in the Trump case that for nearly a year, both the Justice Department and the National Archives tried to negotiate with the former president to get those documents back, all of those documents, and they were unsuccessful?
Yeah, look, I'm not defending the president here. I'm just saying we have a
seems like you are, you slimy little weasel.
To Donald Trump versus what we know now happened with Joe Biden, but they were handled completely.
Well, it's them playing politics, and then they'll accuse you of playing politics. Oh, you're treating it differently. You have a double standard. You're playing politics.
Should anyone possess?
It's exhausting.
Documents that are
That's why we can't get anywhere.
National security, and I understand that mistakes happen, but my point here is the way the Department of Justice and the FBI has handled this are very different compared to Trump versus Biden.
Right. And it may be that they were handled differently because the situations were themselves quite different. Congressman, in the time we have left, if you could just tell us a little bit about these letters that you had sent to the White House at the end of last year asking for information about Hunter Biden. The response came back from the White House, you're going to have to wait until Republicans officially take control of the House. You now have taken control of the House. You are now the chair.
He sent Joe Biden a letter saying he wanted to see Hunter Biden schlong.
Requests, and what exactly are you looking for?
Come on, man.
Yes, we're going to submit those requests, but the overwhelming majority of those requests pertain to how tax dollars were spent. We're very concerned that there was a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse with the COVID funds. We're very concerned about how the stimulus funds were spent. We're very concerned. Every day we hear a new report that the FBI created a new agency with 80 employees to police the social media sites when the FBI never had the authority or the budget to do that. So there's been no oversight in this building for the past 2 years. That's going to change today, and we're going to request information because at the end of the day, my committee's responsibility is to determine whether or not
the programs that
government and to try to prevent that and hold people accountable for wrongdoing. So
the NSA, the FBI are doing, like, this was instituted.
It'll be very interesting to watch. Congressman James
under Bush. It existed under Trump. So I don't know, like, there's been no oversight the last 2 years. You're culpable, motherfucker.
A few notable names brought ad space in Iowa this week. We're going to check in on our 2024
Interesting
watch when Red and Blue comes back. Stay with us.
Going to take bets on who it is. Pence, Youngkin, DeSantis, Haley, Nome, Gates, Cruz, Hawley. I think those are your top tier candidates, or possible top tier candidates.
Original CBS Reports documentary. Yoga and wellness has
called Matt Gaetz top tier. I think a lot of people would take issue with me calling him top tier. This is back at Mexico City, where we are awaiting the Prime Minister of Canada, the President of the United States, and the President of Mexico. A joint press conference. The North America's Leaders Summit, or some shit like that. That's exactly right, Mox. But I just, like, Comer feigning outrage at it now is just so disingenuous to me. Right-wingers talking about how they want to dismantle the FBI now is so disingenuous to me. Like, to say you want to dismantle the FBI in the face of, you know, legitimate investigations into an insanely corrupt man like Donald Trump, his wacky band of misfits that surround him, is disingenuous to me. Never gave a shit when they were infiltrating left-wing groups, or even just a couple of years ago when the FBI was snatching people up off the streets during BLM protests. That's the agency that needs to go, in my mind. It didn't exist. It did not exist when I became old enough to smoke cigarettes and gamble. So clearly, we do not need a Department of Homeland Security. But I worry the thing about the DHS at this point in time is it has got its tentacles in so many essential functions of the government. Like, okay, went to the DMV the other day, and it's under the purview of the Department of Homeland Security. Clawing that agency back at this time is going to be difficult because of that. Well, the argument that the FBI is out of control could totally be made. But, like, to make that argument when when it gets turned on you, that's the weird thing. And I'm pretty anti-law enforcement all around, but the FBI does some good work. They do handle trafficking and public corruption cases. There needs to be an apparatus, a law enforcement apparatus like that. Especially when it comes to public corruption cases. Now, I will agree with right-wingers that the FBI probably shouldn't be spending its time policing Twitter. I think there's probably more to that story than what the FBI and the Twitter files have painted it. Because I could totally see how social media is a fantastic tracking tool for extremism. But I would definitely like to rein in the FBI's scope. Public corruption would be the number one thing I would put it on. You investigate local law enforcement agencies. You investigate local governments. I would totally abolish the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I don't know what its usefulness is. I'll agree with right-wingers on that one. Their job seems to be to bully local grocery stores and shit, in my experience. I ain't down with that. Definitely axe ICE, abolish ICE. I mean, they do have federal. There's so many agencies that have fucking cops. That's why the ATF seems like overkill. I mean, like the postal inspectors fucking have their own enforcement agency. You've got marshals, you got the FBI. I mean, I've seen the ATF step in, like, you know, gun smuggling rings. Okay, fair enough. The FBI there couldn't have been a division of the FBI that could have handled that. We have to have a whole separate agency. But now maybe somebody that works in the legal field can step in and yeah, park rangers. There are park rangers that have enforcement capabilities. There you can see John Kerry. Why the fuck is John Kerry there? Is he the ambassador to like Mexico or some shit? He is an ambassador, isn't he? He is in the Biden administration. But like, I don't think he's the ambassador to Mexico. Maybe he is. He's the former Secretary of State, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. He's the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. You know, if you were to have a Special Presidential Ambassador, Envoy, whatever the fuck, what did I just say? U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. If you were to have a U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry wouldn't be who I would pick. I'd pick Al Gore. And maybe Al Gore was consulted and didn't want the position. Old crusty business fucks. I don't want you in government anymore.
Good afternoon.
Look at this dude's mustache.
Would you kindly take your seats? Thank you.
I am seated, ma'am.
Start our press conference.
Alright, here we go. Oh, I meant to go back to CBS and find out who bought ad time in Iowa. I'll have to find that story before the stream later. If you're just joining us, this is the joint press conference coming to you from Mexico City. U.S. President Joe Biden, Mexican President Obrador, Canadian PM Trudeau. We're talking about climate, immigration, chip manufacturing. All in all, John Kerry was probably one of the better Secretary of States that we've had. But that's a low bar. That is a very low bar. And ultimately, the Secretary of State is more or less, you know, just a talking head for the presidential agenda. The woman in the front row here looks like Aunt Becky. Is she lobbying for her kids to go to college in Mexico? Go down there and write some checks? He was better than Clinton. He was better than any of them in the Bush administration. I can't think of a better Secretary of State during my lifetime. That's a low bar. It's a very low bar. So don't take it as too much of an honor, John Kerry. I mean, I wasn't counting Anthony Blinken just because, like, the jury's still out. We're still in the first part of the Biden administration. I was very critical of the handling of Brittany Griner. They've gotten Griner home. Definitely been critical of the handling of Ukraine. But I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, you kind of can't pass judgment yet. You gotta look at it in the light of morning. Fucking James Baker. Yeah, I was surprised that motherfucker popped up in Twitter. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna lean that way, but I mean, we're still inside of the administration. So, like, I reserve judgment on Blinken. There may be things that we find out, you know. Read a book about the administration 10 years from now and go, oh shit, he was lobbying for this, this, and this. Okay, maybe he was better than I thought he was. You're probably right. I try to be fair. I love reading books about the previous administrations and how dysfunctional they were and behind the scenes fights. That is the Twitter files guy. Is that Jim Baker? It was the Secretary of State, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure this is the same guy. It's the Baker that the first time I really was familiar with him was the torture memo in the Bush administration. Verify that for me, Mox. Oh, it's a different Jim Baker. But it is the dude from from the W. Bush administration that signed the torture memo and also worked for Obama. I guess Jim Baker is just a very common name. But it is torture memo Jim Baker, right? That's the Twitter dude. You're still waiting for the 3 presidents. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to stream this. Is this doesn't happen very often. You get like all 3 presidents of the North American continent together. I'm right on that, aren't I though, Mox? That's why I was confused. I just assumed he was also in Daddy Bush's administration. Anytime now, but he was bipartisan, worked for both the W. Bush and Obama administration. Might have even come along during Clinton. Then I forgot, yeah, there is the other Jim Baker, the mega church preacher, Jim and Tammy Faye. And he's still going. I can't believe that. That motherfucker still has a show. He's still got a grift going. Frequent target of Vic Berger. Man, I must not be following Vic Berger on Twitter. I haven't seen anything from him in a while. Maybe Elon gave him the boot.
I tried to explain to him.
Voted for Trump in the 2016 election. How's this dude still alive? He suggested the appointment of Rex Tillerson. Okay, this is the Twitter dude, and he often testified before Congress on behalf of Clinton and Bush, including defending the Patriot Act. Baker referred to himself as Mr. FISA himself.
I don't know what Wayne.
Resigned from the FBI in 2018. Deputy General Counsel at Twitter. From June 2020 until December of 2022. And Elon Musk publicly fired him.
Oh,
Baker was responsible for the discovery that the government's failure to share information regarding the NSA electronic surveillance program had rendered useless a federal screening system insisted upon by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to prevent tainted information. Washington Post revealed that he had informed Attorney General Alberto Gonzales about mistakes the FBI has made or problems or violations or compliance incidents prior to Gonzales's April 2005 testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, that there had not been one verified case of civil liberties abuse after 2001. Yeah, he's been involved in some bullshit. So do we have an instance of a Jim Baker being a good person? We have 3 instances of shit ass people named Jim Baker. Can somebody find me a good Jim Baker? Has anyone ever met a Jim Baker who was a good guy? Calling all Jim Bakers. I wanna find a Jim Baker that's not a complete shithead. I haven't found one yet. Dare you to prove me wrong. All Jim Baker. It's the Jim Baker rule. All Jim Bakers are fuck sticks. Woke up Biden.
Come on, man.
I don't know what time this shindig was supposed to happen, but apparently I got it wrong. We're still waiting on... And why is it Biden's fault, Warlord? There are 2 other presidentes there. How do you feel about Justin Trudeau, Warlord? He's apparently a servant to the crown or some shit. I didn't know that Canada was somehow ruled by the UK. 8 1/3% chance he don't show.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning, and then add 66 2/3%. I got 141 2/3 chance of winning.
I can't account for time anyway. I can't do math. They told him to take a seat 20 minutes ago. Have a seat. Take a seat. Chris Hansen gonna come out. Tell us who all the pedophiles are. This is actually a pedophile sting. This is the debut, the newest season of To Catch a Predator. It's a really pretty staircase. I like it. So Sparkles didn't like wrestling, but like there were things I would show to her from wrestling that just like fascinated her, and that was one of them. I showed her the Scott Steiner promo. So we had like a whole bit about it on like the Freak Show, like one of the very first Freak shows. Would never watch wrestling with me, but I would show her like different things, and like she'd really be into it. Like Scott Steiner math. He also really loved Jim Cornette. Like, she even asked me, like, one time, like, is he single? And I'm like, no, but him and Stacy would probably invite you over. Play Spot the Submarine in the hot tub.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Well, were they just like, that can be a good thing or a bad thing, Sassy? Were they trying to undercut you? Like, talk some money. We get calls from recruiters all the time, and like they'd be like $10 an hour to move to Nashville. It's like, are you fucking full of shit?
Come on, man.
You'd just be moments away from the triple presidente. Oh, well, cool. I think, maybe. I guess you left on good terms with him. I like that name, the triple presidente. That's what we're getting ready to get. Ogie. Ogie. Come over here, buddy. He ain't getting up. Hi, Smokey. He's a sleepy baby. Say hi to everybody. Prancing this cat. Why don't you want to pose? Him so sleepy. Lay back down. Yep. Smokey told you he doesn't get performance pay. But he's got to start earning his keep. I should put him to work. I should give him Instagrams and shit. Make him say funny things. I want a do-over with this internet shit. I have a hard time managing my social media that I have as it is. That's the problem. But they're awfully cute. Maynard just looking all surly all the time. Who wouldn't want to see his like mean looking ass? Constantly looking at you all judgmental. I don't think he likes anything. I do not think that cat likes anything or anybody It's never content. Maybe it's just a cat thing. Sometimes I catch him when he's asleep and I'll pet him and he'll start like purring and he'll act like he's a loving cat, but then he'll wake up and he'll be like, "Don't touch me." He'll lay like next to my legs. He'll lay up against me like that. That's the most affection I get from him. Well, it's not typical for me because the other two fucking they're all like fucking I have to hold Socks like a baby. And he wraps around me and he'll be like right next to my face, just like pet his little belly and shit. Like he wants to be hugged up next to me at all times. Smokey is a different, like he'll stretch out and then like I'll put my arm around him and pet him and like he fucking loves that shit. He like he'll be my little spoon. So I've got two incredibly affectionate cats. Well, apparently they're not affectionate to anybody else. Like, it's just me. I love Snoke. Yeah. The only thing with Socks is like, it's not all the time, right? It's not like like I could be ready for bed and he's not.
Yeah.
But then, like, I'll usually wake up and he'll be in snuggle position. Oh, I'm sorry, none of your cats like to be held. And like, I consider myself very lucky that, you know, I've got either Smokey or Socks. Usually sleeping next to me purring.
2 minutes.
2 minutes apparently. We're 2 minutes. So I guess the beach was scheduled for 6 o'clock. Yeah, true. But I mean, like, Smokey's more pliable. Smokey will pretty much do what I want him to.
Anyone know where to go? I think over there.
You saw me holding him, and he's just kind of like, you know, he's there. Now he gets a wild hair up his ass sometimes, but most of the time he's pretty chill. It's like we can't let him go outside anymore because he'll just fucking go wild. Other than that, he's over here chilling. Like, he sleeps all the goddamn day. He's the cat that's asleep the most of all the cats. As we were talking about cats, you want me to see if I can get a kitten? Might be able to yell for her.
Right here.
Look at him, baby. It's a baby cat. Oh, she's in loving mode. Change here in a second. She'll attack me. Hard to see. Oh, there she goes. There she's bite me. I think we're getting ready to get this shindig started over here. Bet she feels so used. Get her and show her off on camera, and then I kick her out again. It's really difficult to get things done when, like, if I'm in deep concentration on something, and then all of a sudden there's a cat that attacks my foot, biting, clawing. It both hurts and tickles at the same time. And she's very violent. She's very violent. Her and Maynard were fighting this morning. I assume the Triple Presidente coming down the stairs. Still have not missed the triple threat that we got going on here. The heads of state of Mexico, Canada, and the United States. Once upon a time, and there you can see Biden. Once upon a time, there was the idea of an Amerozone, like the European Union. Did not come to fruition.
Damos la bienvenida al presidente de los Estados Unidos mexicanos, licenciado
PPs.
López Obrador. Lo acompañan el excelentísimo señor
His Excellency
Joseph Biden Jr.,
Presidente
So this is from Mexico City.
y el excelentísimo
and
señor
His Excellency
Trudeau,
Mr. Justin
primer
Trudeau,
ministro de
Prime
Canadá.
Minister of Canada.
También contamos
And
con las respectivas
We
delegaciones,
also have the
representantes
respective
de medios de
delegations,
comunicación
representatives
y
The
of
PPP.
a
and
través
people
de
following
redes
us through
sociales.
internet, through the
Reciban
social
todos
media.
la más
Let's welcome.
cordial bienvenida. Toma la palabra el excelentísimo señor
Two
Joseph
presidents
Biden
and
Jr.,
Prime Minister.
presidente de los Estados
Joseph
Unidos de
Biden
América.
Jr., President of the United States of America. You have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be back here in Mexico City. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for hosting the Prime Minister and me for the 10th North American Leaders Summit. This is a magnificent forum. And we're
Well, Trudeau is definitely the most breedable.
working together with mutual respect.
But AMLO is probably, you know, the best
to
policy-wise.
advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people. And the reason for this summit, this trilateral relationship, are so impactful is because we share common
Focusing on the environment,
grounded on common values.
chip manufacturing, and
I mean that
immigration.
sincerely, common values we share in our countries. Since becoming president, I've been laser focused on rebuilding the U.S. economy from the bottom up.
AMLO might bring up Brazil.
Not the trickle-down economy, because the bottom up and the middle out, it works because the wealthy do very well and everybody else does well too, but everybody does well. And from the bottom up means investing in priorities for working families. The United States has made historic bipartisan investments.
Can we have the wealthy not do so well and the bottom do really well?
Benefits to the American people, and I would argue it will ultimately reap benefits for the entire North America. We've renewed our dependence, deepened our cooperation.
You can recycle your old phones.
With our closest friends and allies. None closer.
I think you might even be able to get some of the newer ones. You can get like $25 for them.
Facing the region and, quite frankly, the world, because there can no longer be any question, none, in today's interconnected world. We cannot wall ourselves off from shared problems. We are stronger and better when we work together.
Yeah, that has been AMLO's issue with Biden and Trudeau.
Since our last summit, from fighting COVID-19,
democracies in Latin
public
America,
health threats, to investing in and building a 21st century workforce. At the top of our shared agenda today
Igloo, good afternoon, my
The
friend.
most competitive, prosperous.
Welcome into the Triple Presidente, coming to you from Mexico City.
Our economic relationship among our nations not only supports
Biden,
good-paying
AMLO,
jobs
and Trudeau.
in countries, but it generates tremendous growth. Now we're working to a future to strengthen our cooperation on supply chains and critical minerals, so we can continue to accelerate in our efforts.
Yeah, I've got gardens. I got a couple of your chips in me.
Right here in North America. This summit also builds on the continual consultation and cooperation.
Core, good afternoon.
To take on the challenges that
Get a deer.
all three of our nations.
How are you, my friend?
Our entire hemisphere is experiencing unprecedented levels of migration, greater than any time in history.
Stay away from the Ring of Fire. I fell into a burning Ring of Fire.
Hosted in Washington in
It
2021.
burn.
Launched the idea of a
Wasn't curious or was listening to Johnny Cash when I went and got the kid.
approach to a regional-wide problem. The idea grew into the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, which 21 countries ultimately adopted at the Summit of the Americas 6 months ago. And we're working together, especially with our North American partners, to fulfill our commitments under that declaration. They include the policy I announced last week to expand safe and legal pathways for immigrants from Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti. And we're seeking a better life here in the United States of America. We also want to thank you, Mr. President, for
The Summit of Americas is where we saw Sheila E., and that was awesome. You shut your mouth, Mox.
Made available instead of attempting to unlawfully cross the border between our countries.
I didn't mean that. I love you.
On my way here, I stopped in El Paso, Texas, to see the situation with my own eyes and to meet with U.S. border security officials. It's putting real strain on the communities in both Mexico and the United States.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give you that.
Address this challenge in a way that upholds our nation's laws and protects the human rights of migrants facing desperate circumstances. We're also working together to take on the scourge of human smuggling and illegal drug trafficking. In just the last 6 months, our joint patrols in Mexico have resulted in the arrest of more than 7,000 human smugglers. We've seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl at the border. And today, we've discussed how all three of us can continue to deepen and strengthen our shared efforts to cut off the flow of illegal fentanyl, including by tackling the precursor chemicals used in synthetic
Remember, Kellyanne
drugs
Conway told us that Hunter Biden was making all the fentanyl.
laboratories where they're made and the stash houses where they're stored. We also talked about
all fentanyl comes from Hunter Biden.
North America a clean energy powerhouse, and I believe that's within our grasp, and a global leader in addressing the climate crisis. That means working together to promote zero-emissions vehicles, to build charging stations for electric vehicles that are compatible across our international borders. It means exploring shared markets.
God, I wish, Core.
And it means working together to meet our ambitious commitments under the Paris Agreement, including tackling methane and black carbon. And finally, as three vibrant democracies, we recognize our greatest strength is our people. Let me say that again. Vital democracies, we are, and our greatest strength are our people. The
You
strength
went all Yoda there.
and the key to
Vital
our
democracies we are.
is our incredible diversity. So together, we're working.
People mean strength, it does.
That for too long have played historically marginalized communities in each of our nations to make sure everyone gets a fair shot. It's one of the smartest investments we can make for our future, and we're going to make it together. So, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm honored to stand with you today, and I'm grateful to have as partners, and I might add friends, as we work together to realize a shared vision for North America. Thank you very much.
El Chapo for president.
Hace uso de la palabra el excelentísimo
Let's give the floor to His Excellency, Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau.
What up, Justin?
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
President López Obrador, mi amigo, thank you for having us here in Mexico City.
Ain't time yet, Core.
Thank you for all your hard work and your
hour and 50 minutes. We find out what that news be doing.
We are unique. We are 3 large democracies committed to freedom, human rights,
equality, nothing.
Creating.
Oh, you were asking Biden what the news was, but you were asking me to find out what that news was.
Friends and trading.
Like I ain't ready for that yet.
Au cours des 30 dernières années, les économies du Mexique, des États-Unis et du Canada sont devenues intimement liées grâce à l'ALENA. Cet accord a fait croître nos économies. Il a créé des millions de bons emplois et le libre-échange entre nos frontières a attiré sur notre continent des investisseurs de partout dans le monde.
Wait a minute, is he speaking French?
Through NAFTA has helped make our economies among the most competitive in the world.
Or did it just sound French and it was Spanish?
We are home to 500 million people. We have an extraordinarily strong innovation ecosystem. Our combined GDP is larger than that of the European Union. And as leaders, we are all dedicated to driving economic growth that supports the middle class and those working hard to join it. These are all foundations of a strong and resilient continental economy. People remember what happened.
Continental economy, I like that word.
When the certainty of this partnership was in question. Investors, businesses, workers, and citizens all worried about what would happen. When free trade is at risk, that isn't good for competition in the global market. Thankfully, the belief in free and fair trade won the day. We renegotiated and we got...
Yes, we know you're neoliberal.
To put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty.
These fucks are going to speak for like 15 minutes after we've waited for like an hour and a half.
And the high cost of living, putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient. Today we discussed how we can build reliable value chains on this continent for everything from critical minerals.
Apparently there was a contentious meeting with him.
This is good for workers, good for consumers, and good for
he wanted to focus on democracy in South America. And he doesn't think either of these countries are doing enough.
De la résilience économique et toute l'importance de se préparer aux futures pandémies, d'essayer de les prévenir. Aujourd'hui, on a parlé des façons d'améliorer notre coopération dans le domaine de la santé pour être prêt à intervenir. We can boost our economic resilience even further through our work to build a clean economy. Things like clean energy, including hydrogen, manufacturing zero-emission vehicles, and encouraging more people to adopt them. This is an enormous opportunity for workers and for business. On doit tous prendre part à l'action climatique. Les gouvernements et le secteur privé doivent travailler ensemble.
We should become like how many terms can you serve in Canada? Because he's been in office since 2016.
To get to the Paris objectives, they have to do with our engagements to preserve 30% of our land.
Like he took office right before Trump.
In COP15 in Montreal, Canada convened countries around the world. And
there's no term limits to Canadian prime ministers?
To preserve and protect nature, this is essential for the health of the economy. Pleased to have our Mexican and American friends
reverse thread. Good afternoon.
To protecting clean air, clean water.
I like that that's everybody's critique. It just seems pretentious that he's doing that.
See all 3 countries take steps towards building a more diverse, equal, and inclusive society.
We get our asses kicked by AMLO.
Opportunity for everyone.
where women and girls are politically and economically empowered, including indigenous women and girls, where the benefits of growth are felt by workers and families across the economy. By doing this,
sorry, I'm just not that impressed by poutine.
And equal future. And we build economies.
I've had poutine. I'm sorry. I don't know why you guys go wild for it.
We made progress on a lot of different things today. There's a lot going on in the world right now, and as North American leaders, we recognize the roles our countries play in being a source of stability and security. Not
but
just
would you like him more if you got to pour poutine on him?
Ce sommet a été productif. Nous a permis de réitérer notre vision commune, la vigueur de notre partenariat.
And the force of our partnership.
Much progress in the coming year, and I look forward to hosting you both in Canada for the next North American Leaders Summit. Thank you. Merci.
It is a fair question, Court. No, I did not. And so if I went to Quebec, I would totally have. I would have it again just to make sure, but like I had it at a very high-end steakhouse. It is fries with cheese curds and gravy.
I want to thank, in a very sincere fashion, the participation of President Biden and the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, and also the participation of their respective wives, Jill, Dr. Sophie, and I also want to thank their delegations and teams. The mere fact of being here together today as good neighbors in this environment of respect to look for the well-being of our peoples in a joint manner is in itself
now brown gravy is good.
Important historic event. A true happening.
And I'm not going to make any, like it's comparing apples to oranges, comparing breakfast gravy to a beef gravy or a turkey gravy or a chicken gravy.
We're going to be creating a joint committee aimed at planning and substituting imports in North America, so that we may try to be increasingly self-sufficient in this part of the world, and to turn development cooperation into a reality, as well as the well-being of all the countries of our continent. We want that to be a reality. The United States, Canada, and Mexico will propose, each one of those countries will be proposing 4 members for the formation, for the creation of this task force, of this committee of 12 specialists.
Does anyone know the name of this building? It's really pretty.
Not only know this issue we are going to be working on, but they will also have our absolute trust to motivate, to persuade, and invite the business community, workers, public servants of all 3 governments, and to convince them about the importance, the transcendence of being united in North America, and for us to be able to seek from here on this unity in everything we do throughout the American continent. On the part of Mexico, in this group, we are going to be represented by Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard, Rogelio Ramírez de la O, Finance Minister of Mexico, Raquel Buenrostro Sanchez, who is the Secretary of Economy, and Alfonso Romo Garza, who
now Biden and Trudeau look incredibly bored.
He's an independent businessman, Mr. Romo is.
También
And
abordamos
we also discussed
como asunto prioritario
as a priority issue
la integración económica y
economic,
comercial
commercial trade,
ya lo expresé,
integration of, as I have already
de todo el
expressed,
continente
of the
americano,
entire American continent,
así como el
and
bienestar de
the
los
well-being of the
y
peoples,
las nuevas relaciones de
and the new
cooperación,
relations of
dejando
cooperation,
atrás
leaving
el
behind
intervencionismo
interventionism,
hegemónico.
hegemonic
Yo abro un
interventionism.
paréntesis
Let me do a set-aside
para
here to
expresar mi
express
reconocimiento
my
al
acknowledgement,
primer
my
ministro
recognition
Trudeau, al presidente
to
Biden,
Prime Minister
por
Trudeau
la
and President
manera
Biden for the way
tan
which has been so
solidaria
solidary,
en que actuaron
in which they've acted, in which they are
Did you mean solitary?
ante el
acting
intento
vis-a-vis
de golpe de Estado
It was a joke.
coup d'etat
en Brasil.
in Brazil.
Esto
Go
demuestra
AMLO.
Shows
de que hay un
that
compromiso
there's a
auténtico
commitment, authentic commitment in favor
de la
of
democracia.
democracy.
Nuestro apoyo
Our support
al presidente Lula
for President
de
Lula
Brasil.
of Brazil.
Tenemos que
We have to,
lograr juntos
together,
lo
we have
dicho
to be able to accomplish
por
all
el
this.
presidente Biden.
Everything that President Biden just said,
Que
we have to be able to accomplish this.
En un pie de
That is
igualdad
in equal footing
nos tratemos como
for us
buenos
to be
vecinos,
treating each other as good neighbors,
aliados económicos
economic allies,
y como
I'm sorry, Mark.
as friends.
nosotros, por supuesto,
We, of
ayudaríamos
course,
a
will
convertir
be
este
helping
sueño
to turn this dream
en realidad
into a reality.
y nos entusiasma
And we are very enthused
la certeza de que
at the
se puede lograr.
certainty that this is something we can accomplish.
La paz
Peace
es fruto de la
is the
justicia.
result of justice.
Los problemas sociales no se
Social
resuelven
problems cannot be solved
solo con medidas
only
coercitivas.
with coercion
Debemos
measures.
siempre
We should
atender
always attend
el flagelo de
to
la violencia y
the
el
scourge
fenómeno
of violence
migratorio
and the migration
con un
phenomenon
enfoque
with an approach,
humanitario
humanitarian
y de oportunidades
approach of
para el
opportunities
bienestar.
for the well-being
Las personas
of everyone.
son buenas por
People are good
naturaleza
by nature,
y son las circunstancias
and it's
las que a
circumstances
veces obligan
that
a algunos a
sometimes
tomar el
make it
He expressed his support for Lula.
wants to take the path of antisocial behaviors.
Nosotros
We
lo hemos constatado
have seen
en
this
México,
in Mexico
también en
and
los pueblos
also
hermanos,
in our sister countries,
los países de Honduras
the
y El
countries of
Salvador.
Honduras and El Salvador,
Por
for
ejemplo, en
instance.
nuestro país,
In our country,
como no
in
se permite la
Mexico,
corrupción
since corruption is not allowed
y el presupuesto se
and
destina
the budget
al
is
desarrollo
used for development
y apoyar
and supporting
a los más pobres,
the poorest sectors of our population,
ahora
today
Shots at Canada and the U.S.
empleos,
we not only have jobs,
ha bajado la
employment,
violencia,
we have seen
Es menos
reductions
la
in
migración.
violence, we have less migration as well,
también
and
se ha atemperado
we've also
la
tempered
frustración
frustration
y permanece encendida
and
la llama
what we can see is
de la
this
esperanza.
flame which is alive. I'm talking about the flame of hope.
La paz
Peace
es fruto.
is the fruit. It
de
is
la
the
justicia.
result of justice.
El caso de Centroamérica
The
es
Central American
excepcional.
case is exceptional.
Con muy pocos recursos
With just few
estamos
resources,
ayudando
we
a
are helping
productores de comunidades
producers
en Honduras y El
in
Salvador
communities in Honduras and
para que
Salvador,
siembren sus
El
tierras
Salvador,
y
so that they
cuenten
can grow their land,
con
so that they
asesoría
can grow their
técnica,
crops with
sustento
technical
e ingresos
assistance,
básicos.
support and basic
Y en los pueblos
income. And in
donde
those
estamos
towns
aplicando
where we are applying
estas acciones,
those actions,
en particular el
particularly the program we call Sembrando Vida, which means sowing life and youth building the future program. We've not just seen a reduction of people wanting to migrate to the United States seeking opportunities of better living conditions and jobs, but for many young people of those countries, crime has stopped being the only possibility of survival, and
Biden looks like he's in a stupor.
Forward in life, the migration
Okay, just as soon as I said that, he straightened up.
was discussed in a very broad fashion, and we reached important agreements among the three countries for the benefit of our peoples, as you will be able to see, as you will also be able to know, through a communique, a joint communique that we have that will be provided to you immediately. Finally, I want to thank Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for his
He saw my "Come on, man" drop, and he loved it.
Come on, man.
that consists of granting temporary working visas for laborers, workers. This program is already benefiting 25,000 men and women, 25,000 Mexicans.
Oh, yeah.
This is a path to follow that is orderly migration. Prime Minister Trudeau is a great ally of Mexico. President Biden, I want to thank you sincerely for maintaining with Mexico.
Well, AMLO strikes me as overall pretty on the liberal side.
Of friendship, sincere friendship, of respect.
But like, I've got a great respect for him. Like, he didn't show up at the Summit of Americas.
Honest fashion in the United
because of the
States.
U.S.'s exclusion.
They're not
Guatemala and Honduras.
as it unfortunately it used to.
Anti-colonialist. That's the phrase I was looking for, Mox.
I insist on this. You
seems very pro-democracy.
You are the first president of the United States in a very long time that has not built not even 1 meter of wall. And that we thank you for that.
Politically, good afternoon.
Although some might not like it, although the conservatives don't like it, in a very special manner, I also want to say that I have requested, in a very respectful manner, President Biden, I have requested on insisting, and I know that this is not a simple issue or matter, but it's a fair and very just matter. And that's why I'm proposing it. That's why I'm mentioning this. And also because I fully trust President Biden. I've asked President Biden to insist before the U.S. Congress to regularize the migration situations of millions of Mexicans who have been in the States, working, living in the United States, and contributing to the development of that great nation, which is the United States of America. I have reaffirmed that President Biden is a man with convictions, who maintains principles, ideals to guarantee, to ensure, as many others, men, women, in the United States and throughout the world. And the Statue of Liberty never, ever should become a symbol, a void, an empty symbol. Let me conclude by saying that my professor, great poet, Carlos Pellicer, My master, my teacher in 1930, he said that the wish of freedom, of liberty, is the biggest fruit that has
Okay, like, I've been paying attention to the captions. It says the bush of freedom.
To be
the bush of freedom.
The
Before that, it just said gay. Like, it has been, like, having two languages has been fucking up the closed captioning.
Can we?
It just said gay, and then it erased gay, and then it said the bush of freedom.
Thank you very much.
A continuación,
now,
daremos inicio
let's
a una
begin
sesión de preguntas y
a
respuestas.
Q&A session.
Hey, we get press questions.
And the U.S. press, Your Excellency,
Free Bush. No. In prison Bush. We want to take him to the Hague. Ragnats.
Take a question from
the Bush of freedom.
journalist,
Please
a
clap.
reporter from the United States, please.
All right. I was having trouble hearing, but
oh, I bet you
I'd like
were.
To call on Associated Press, Colleen Long, for the first question.
Hey, AP.
Thanks, Mr. President. Hola, señor, and hi, Prime Minister Trudeau. For Mr. President,
Sí, señor
you've
Presidente.
been accused of being too soft on border security and now too hard following the recent border policy changes. What's the right balance? And on the news at home, can you explain how classified documents ended up in one of your offices? And should
I knew that'd be the first
have been
question.
notified sooner?
But she threw me for a loop, starting with the border.
There's been a suggestion that Canada lead a multinational security force in Haiti. I wondered if that was a possibility and what you would need. Y señor usted presidente, muchas gracias por la bienvenida esta semana. Quiero preguntar.
President López Obrador.
You would be willing to accept more migrants arriving to the U.S.-Mexico border. What do you want from the U.S. in return?
Answer first. Well, let me get rid of the easy
There's
one
a lot.
first. People know I take classified documents and classified information seriously. When my lawyers were clearing out my office at the University of Pennsylvania, they set up an office for me, secure office in the Capitol. When the 4 years after being vice president, I was a professor at Penn. They found some documents in a box in a locked cabinet, or at least a closet. And as soon as they did, they realized there were several classified documents in that box. And they did what they should have done. They immediately called the archives, turned them over to the archives, and I was briefed about this discovery and surprised to learn that there were any government records that were taken there to that office. But I don't know what's in the documents. My lawyers have not suggested I ask what documents they were. I've turned over the boxes. They've turned over the boxes to the archives, and we're cooperating fully.
Oh, you know it was just some fucking like you,
and which I hope will be finished soon. And
you had a TA teach a class, and he'd pop in every now and again.
The first question now I forgot. No. Your first question related to?
I asked if the.
I'm only joking. The answer is you've got both extremes are wrong.
Oh, pulled a fake out on you just for you, Mox, because he's watching the stream. He is. He saw you say he was a dementia ass.
All of us in one way or another. This has been the greatest migration in human history around the world.
I can't see your hot photo, or I probably would like it, ma'am.
And when I got
sexfind.biz.
The first major piece of legislation I introduced was to reform the immigration process, to make it more orderly, to make sure.
I forgot, what was the first question?
Under the law.
Oh, no, shit, I'm just faking you out. Oh.
Not just in my visit to...
You just got Bidened.
We found out is that our Republican friends and a few Democrats are very critical of what's going on at the border, but yet refused to even look at the detailed document I submitted for the Congress to consider to reform the process completely. And so, number one, right now, a majority of our migrants are coming from 4 countries: Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua. And we're expanding the very successful parole program we had with regard to Venezuela to Cuba and to Nicaragua and to Haiti to provide safe and orderly and humane processing for people fleeing those countries to come to the United States and claiming under the seeking asylum. And this is going to reduce the number of people illegally trying to cross the border. Venezuelans were trying to enter the country that has dropped off dramatically because we've allowed them to go directly to.
People stop going to the border. How's Taco Bell going to survive?
In fact, the United States make sure that they make their application, showing that they do a background check, they in fact have access to a sponsor, and that they've been examined. And that way they're able to come through ports of entry. And it's dropped off, I'm going to make sure I get the numbers right, dramatically from a 1,100
Taco Bell hasn't had an advertising campaign about the border since the 90s, have they?
Per day to 250 a day. I've asked
Don't watch TV.
Thank the President of Mexico for agreeing to take up to 3,000 people back that don't meet this criteria. Because look, right now, the cartels make a lot of money, which they use for drug trafficking as well. People have to make it through jungles and a long journey to the border, and many are victimized, not only in terms of what they have to pay, but victimized physically in other ways. And so we're trying to make it easier for people to get here, opening up the capacity to get here, but not have them go through that god-awful process. We're going to continue our efforts to address the root causes of migration, to help people stay in their home countries. I've asked the Congress for...
Yeah, the coup thing that Mock suggested. Stop doing that.
We've also had our Vice President provide for private donations of over $3 billion to make sure that people... Look, all of you know, all of us in the United States are immigrants. Mine go all the way back to the Irish famine, but the point is all of us have been immigrants. And one of the things that comes across fairly clearly is it's not like people sit in their home, city, county, town, and say, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have. Give it to a coyote, go through some jungles and a long path up to the United States, smuggle us across the border, drop us in the desert, and won't that be fun in a country we don't even speak the language? We can do more than merely just make legal immigration more streamlined, but we can also do it by preventing people from wanting to have to leave in the first place, by helping their communities, in fact, better their circumstances. And so...
stable governments caused by the U.S. not interfering in them.
By the Chamber of Commerce, by the American Labor Movement, which is an unusual coalition, and a whole range of people. The point here is that my Republican friends in Congress should join us in the solutions. And the one last point I'll make, and I'm sorry to go on so long, but we spend a lot of time talking about it, is we have to increase the technological capabilities at the border, both to intercept illegal drugs and other contraband, as well as...
No, we want the drugs.
We have now the ability to use...
We need to get rid of fucking borders.
I know you have, I'm sure.
Working, what's up?
That ride alongside of a tractor trailer. It's like a giant X-ray machine. And it can determine what's inside that tractor trailer, and thousands cross the border every day.
Free the drugs.
And so we're allowed to determine whether or not there are fentanyls in there, drugs in there.
Whether there's fentanyls in there.
We're going to provide significantly more of those vehicles for the people.
Got any fentanyls in there, Jack?
At the border, what is coming across legally and illegally. A lot more to say, but I probably already said too much. Thank you.
Por parte de la prensa de Canadá.
There's fentanyls in them jungles.
David Corkin, CBC,
señor
from Canada,
Justin Trudeau,
will
primer ministro de Canadá,
asking a question to
Your question, and I'll fold the
Prime
Haiti
Minister
question in as well.
Okay, thank you, Prime Minister. A question for
you. Get asked about Haiti?
President Biden as well. President Biden, you've talked a lot about economic cooperation and building continental supply chains and resilience here. But since you've been president, Canadians have seen what they consider to be protectionist, U.S. protectionism from you in things such as the Buy American Act. So what assurances can you give to Canadians and Mexicans watching this at home that there will be equal partners in the economic opportunity you're talking about in this transition and not have to confront further attempts at American protectionism? President López Obrador, if you have anything to say on that, we'd love to hear it. And Prime Minister Trudeau, if you can answer the Haiti question, but also explain to us what steps your government needs to take advantage of this opportunity on the continental supply chain resiliency to ensure that Canadian companies make things like semiconductors and don't just supply critical minerals to American companies.
Good question.
Thank you very much. First on Haiti, the situation in Haiti is heartbreaking. Canada has stood with the people of Haiti for decades, including over the past 2 years with multiple interventions with the UN, with other partners on the ground, military
true patriot diamond
interventions, even prison guards. We have continued to stand with the people of Haiti.
I have to do a segment on Diamond tonight, right? Like, it's just like you guys be upset about it.
And we need to continue to be there for the people of Haiti, but we need to make sure that the solutions are driven by the people of Haiti themselves. That's why Canada's focus, as we've stepped up over the past months, has been, first of all, in putting significant sanctions on the elites who are responsible for so much of the violence and political instability in Haiti. A handful of small, extraordinarily wealthy families in Haiti have been causing much of the strife because of political...
Hey, I've heard this one before.
...pecuniary interests, and that is why the sanctions that Canada has put forward are causing significant impacts on the ground. We're also moving forward with significant supports for the Haitian National Police, including with armored vehicles.
A troll-ass clip.
Stepped up on as well, to ensure that the police is able to stabilize the situation on the ground. Obviously, there's much more to do. We've sent down a group of interlocutors to work both on the political side, but also to liaise directly with the security officials on the ground so that we can be responsive in immediate ways to what is needed for the Haitian National Police to get a better control and ensure greater stability for the people of Haiti. The UN called in September for
like fuckery to me.
Food, medicines, water, and fuel. Much of that has started again. It's still not where it needs to be, but we're going to continue to lean in on ensuring that that happens. But at the same time, we are working with partners across the Caribbean and indeed with the United States and Mexico to ensure that if the situation starts to deteriorate once again,
have we had follow-up reporting on that? Like the U.S. had people in,
we're going to make sure
I don't know that the U.S. government, but like we had mercenary motherfuckers involved in that fucking
big part of that
assassination shit that
putting
went down
those
in
sanctions on the Haitian leadership that are responsible for so much of the misery people are going through. In regards
took out half of their Supreme Court or some shit like I don't even remember the details now.
Throughout this North American Leaders Summit. The idea that we already work extraordinarily well together with NAFTA, but there's so much more we can be doing at a time where supply chains around the world are under increasing stress and significant economic actors around the world are becoming less reliable as partners and less desirable
like the US?
As partners in building the technologies and the energy futures that we want. That's why, and you brought up
I guess he meant like Russia.
Our critical minerals approach, a strategy that we just released a few weeks ago, is focused not just on mining the critical minerals that Canada has, that North America and the world needs in responsible environmental partnership with Indigenous peoples, doing it the right way, but also the development, the processing, the transforming into batteries, the transforming into technology that goes
Core really hates Trudeau.
as something that
it could be worse, though, right, Core?
Yes,
I'm not Canadian.
Continuing to look at. It's the same thing with electric vehicles, where we're building electric vehicles with our partners in Mexico and in the United States. But Canada, again, from the critical minerals that go into the batteries and the batteries themselves that we're starting to build, to the steel and aluminum that is amongst the cleanest in the world being developed in Canada, to the technology, the innovation from AI to engineering that is...
Once again, that's that low bar. He's no Thatcher.
A partner in what we're developing in terms of more resilient supply chains. So there's lots more to do indeed. Even on semiconductors, the largest semiconductor packaging plant in North America, I believe, is in Bromont, Quebec. And packaging of semiconductors is actually how you assemble them into a unit that can then do the high value calculations and computations that need to happen. These are the kinds of things that Canada is very much focused on in ensuring not just prosperity right now, but good jobs as we move towards a environmentally responsible, net zero, socially inclusive future that the middle class in all three of our countries are relying on. Oui, brièvement en français. Sur Haïti, le Canada a toujours été là pour aider le peuple haïtien. Et on est en train de travailler avec nos partenaires dans la région pour assurer des meilleures solutions pour le peuple haïtien. On est là avec des sanctions sur les élites. On est là.
I do believe Haitians speak French, but once again, I think that's part of their problem, right?
We have exchanges, good dialogues with our partners in the U.S. and Caribbean.
Well, hey, Maynard. Oh, God. We got the whole family in here.
We'll be able to preserve and to have the people of Haiti at the center of the solutions in regard to the economic integration and the competitiveness in North America, be it electric vehicles, be it critical minerals strategy, and the ones we're going to develop to produce the necessary technologies, or in regard to any other technologies, in order to work together, because we know that North America can offer many solutions, great competitiveness to the rest of the world, and we are a true force to reckon with in our continent.
Por parte de la prensa de México, preguntará Sara Pablo de Grupo Fórmula.
Sara Pablo of the Formula Group will pose a question to the constitutional president of the United Mexican states. Yes, good afternoon, Presidents, Prime Minister, and we have a few questions for President Biden. I know that recently you announced the United States.
We've all got questions for President Biden.
From Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Come on, man. What is the time frame, and are you thinking of expanding the number of people you will be receiving? And is this some other nations could be included? And what is the amount in technological improvements the United States? And for President López Obrador, how will Mexico be prepared to receive all the migrants the United States will be expelling from its territory, and the new migration center in the southern part of Mexico? What is it all about? And then after this 10th summit, are we going to be seeing changes in migration policies and the way migrants
after this 10th summit?
This is for President Biden. Fentanyl. What concrete actions are you going to be implementing? What's the impact?
Biden's going to go to the border himself and look in cars and say, are there any fentanyls in here?
Main fentanyl producers. And finally, another question on energy sector consultations. President Biden, Prime Minister Trudeau, did you discuss those discussions about the USMCA, the TEMEC? Very well. We did speak about migration in a very broad manner. Of course, there is cooperation.
I almost played that Ted Cruz
clip
last
administration. And at the same time,
tenemos el
we
compromiso
have the commitment
de proteger
to protect
a los migrantes.
migrants.
Lo que ha planteado el
What
presidente
President Biden has proposed
es
absolutely true.
Si
if
atraviesan nuestro país,
nobody says that about Biden that often.
our
y en
country,
algunos casos
and in
otros
some
países
cases they also go through other countries
de América Latina
in Latin America
para llegar a Estados
to
Unidos.
arrive in the United States.
Los migrantes
Migrants
corren muchos
are
riesgos,
facing so many risks when they do that.
empezando porque
Starting with the fact
son
that
víctimas
they are victims
de los
of the
traficantes de personas,
traffickers, the smugglers, the human
coloquialmente
traffickers,
conocidos como
known
coyotes
as the
o
coyotes
polleros,
or polleros.
que les cobran
And they
una cantidad
charge migrants a high amount of
para
money to
llevarlos al norte.
take them northbound.
Esos
Now,
polleros,
those
coyotes
polleros or coyotes
tienen
have
redes
networks,
y
and
a su vez
at the same time,
contratan
they hire
camiones,
trailers, trucks, truck trailers.
They're good for the economy. They hire
of the trailer
trucks and
that
trailers.
they can transport
a 300,
up to
400
300.
That money goes back into your local economy.
Son constantes
So
los accidentes,
constant accidents are taking
carreteras de
place
México.
on the highways of Mexico, the roads of Mexico,
desgraciadamente.
unfortunately.
Y lo peor
And the worst of it all
es que
is that
muchos migrantes son
Good paying
migrants
smuggling
are
jobs.
kidnapped
por la delincuencia.
by
Yeah,
criminals.
we make light of it. There is a lot
They're
of dark
Algo muy
to the trafficking.
And this
muy
is
doloroso.
very sad, very painful.
Por eso
That's
hablo
why
de
I'm speaking
la
about
protección.
protection.
Nosotros
We,
Jesus will protect us.
lo que queremos es
what
una
we want
solución de
is
fondo.
an in-depth
Siempre
solution.
lo hemos sostenido que
We've always
la
said
gente no deja,
that people,
también como lo planteó el presidente Biden,
just as President Biden said, people do
sus
not
pueblos,
leave
a
their
sus
towns,
familias,
their countries,
por
their
gusto.
families, because they
Lo
like
hacen
to do
por
it.
necesidad.
This is not a pleasure for them. They do it because of the needs they
Entonces,
have.
siempre hemos
This is a
planteado que
necessity.
hay que atender las
We've
causas,
always said we have to look at the
que
root
hay
causes
que
of all this.
procurar
We have to
que la
try
gente pueda
for
trabajar y
people
ser
to
feliz,
be able to work and
Fox
be
might be
happy
onto
where
something.
they were born,
donde están sus familiares,
where their
sus costumbres,
relatives,
sus
their
culturas,
customs, their traditions,
y que se
their
necesita
cultures.
Probably pay some kind of restitution
and
to them
to invest
en
for
desarrollo.
that,
for all the damage we did
invest
to
in
them.
development
los
of
países
the countries
Just saying.
más desigualdad,
with more inequality
pobreza.
and poverty.
que la migración
Because migration
sea opcional,
has to be an optional thing,
no forzosa.
not a forced
En
situation.
tanto logramos eso,
However, in the
que
meantime,
no quitamos el dedo del renglón,
because we're of course doing
México,
everything we can to accomplish
con
this,
pocos recursos está
Mexico
ayudando.
with just a few resources is
Because we need
helping.
robust
I've
public
already
transit,
mentioned that.
trains,
We are working, we are
bus systems
working
inside
with
cities.
communities in El Salvador and Honduras. We're going to be
Belize.
starting this in Guatemala and Belize
Pero
as well.
necesitamos
However, we do need
impulsar
But I
más
mean,
to promote development.
we're going to have to pry roads from Jordan Peterson's cold, dead hands, apparently.
well-being,
oportunidades.
to ensure guarantee opportunities for those that are forced to
The
migrate.
idea of drivable cities have been driving that fucking idiot nuts.
We are not thinking of building any center in the southeastern part of Mexico, any migration center. We're not
Lo
thinking
que
of that.
hacemos
What we do
es
is
ayudar
help
con albergues,
with
con atención
shelters,
médica, con alimentos
with healthcare services, with food services as
a
well.
los migrantes.
That's the way we help migrants.
Y
And
celebramos
we do celebrate
el que
the fact that the U.S. administration has made the decision, rather, to have an orderly migration flow. In the case, for instance, of our Venezuelan brothers and sisters, and I understand that this plan will also be extended, will be expanded.
Why'd you say it like an Italian stereotype?
Other
car manufacturers just want to make the money.
We know for sure that.
Income.
Since the
What's going on, my friend? Good evening.
Saying that those permits,
I bet AMLO gives him a run for his money on hearing us.
In the case, for instance, of the Venezuelan population, we've seen a decrease in migration flows.
No, my legs are hairier.
Mexico to migrate. This has been a considerable reduction because this was announced in the United States, and this was made public everywhere, saying that
I was going to grab Maynard, but he has taken so much time to get comfortable. I think it would be wrong of me to reach over there and grab him.
That the formalities had to be covered, the paperwork, although there are some requirements that have to be met.
There he goes.
People decided to do it. So what happened was that a new path has been opened. It didn't exist before. Everything was arriving in the United States, risking everything, risking people's lives, of course, at the risk of their own lives. Now that this mechanism has been approved, people can file their own request.
I'm down with the immigration, but like, if you come here and you open some sort of restaurant. Don't do like if you're from Mexico and you open a Mexican restaurant, don't do like the Americanized version of Mexican food. Make us actual Mexican food, please. We have enough Americanized Mexican restaurants. Really good Mexican food will sell, I assure you.
That, I insist, what Canada is doing is also the right thing to do. And I was
give me some dippy tacos.
As well. And you can look at data. It's there for you to look at. Because of circumstances in the past, migration corresponded to the sister countries of Central America. Those were the main migration flows from Central America. But for a long time as well, Mexicans migrating. Who were going to look
Canada is trying to make amends with its past.
To look for a job in the United States.
Towards the way it's treated natives.
Just imagine. There are 40 million Mexicans.
At least posturing that way.
In the United States. 40 million. Who?
Posturing.
Here in Mexico. Or they're the children of people who were born in Mexico. Now, what have we been able to accomplish?
Yeah, but like at least there is some investigation into the residential schools, whereas if you tell people that the same thing happened in the U.S., they're like, no way. Because like the U.S. doesn't even acknowledge that it happened.
Of Mexican migrants. Yes. There are less.
No, once again, it's a low bar.
Now. Because there's public investment. Because 35 million families.
For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it's like the assimilation plan with like the natives, where they basically, if they couldn't
a program
force them to adopt their culture and school their children to adopt their culture, they would fuck their culture out of them. It was a genocide, yeah.
y de manera directa.
And this is a very direct
They wanted to dilute natives so
doing
much
this here in Mexico.
that they would no longer be natives. So they like raped their women and children. It's insane.
65 or over receive a pension. This is a universal program in Mexico. 11 million.
De adultos mayores.
But that makes me woke talking about that. Acknowledging that happened in history is me, you know, dredging up the past and blaming white people for everything.
Families are getting grants, they're getting
Todas las
scholarships.
niñas, los niños
It's critical race theory.
Disabilities
tienen también su pensión.
also have their own pension.
Tenemos el
We have
programa
a program
de reforestación más
for
importante del
reforestation.
mundo.
It is the most important reforestation program in the
Se están
world.
sembrando más de
And
un
we are
millón
planting over 1 million
de hectáreas
hectares
de árboles frutales y
of
maderables.
fruit and timber trees.
Da trabajo
And we are giving
a más
jobs
de
to over
400,000
400,000
sembradores.
peasants that are growing.
Once again, the fruit and the reforestation program is awesome, but this is where he comes off as a liberal because, you know, you want to do fruit and lumber trees.
So that people
se quede
trees that
staying
are
in their
profitable to
communities,
industry.
in their towns.
Construimos
We
la
built
refinería de
the Dos Bocas refinery,
35,000 empleos.
35,000 jobs.
Estamos construyendo
We are
el
now
Tren
building
Maya,
the Mayan train,
que es la obra ferroviaria
which
más
is
grande
the
del
biggest
mundo,
railroad
porque
works
son
in the world
1,554
because it's 1,554 kilometers. 1,554 kilometers
en 5 estados.
in 5 states of Mexico.
Toda la región Maya
All the Maya
Gay trains.
es de las
which is
zonas
one
arqueológicas
of the most
más
important
importantes del
archaeological
mundo.
zones of the world.
Pues ahí están
Well, there,
trabajando en la construcción de ese
people are
ferrocarril.
working building
Takes
this
people to work.
railroad system.
Como
That's what everything is like.
300,000 people are
Entonces,
building.
It's better than what the U.S. is doing, but it's also still very liberal-minded. It's very market-focused.
Development, well-being.
Y yo
And
repito,
I insist, I
celebro que
repeat, I
tanto
truly celebrate
el gobierno de Canadá
that
como
the
el gobierno de
Canadian
Estados Unidos
government and the U.S. administration as well
estén
are now
atendiendo el problema
attending
migratorio
to the
con ese
migration
enfoque.
problem with this type of
Hay,
approach.
lamentablemente,
It's quite lamentable
otros
that there are others,
políticos,
other politicians,
otros gobernantes
other presidents and public officials
actúan
who are acting
hasta de manera
in
inhumana.
a very inhuman
Ahora en
manner.
esta temporada de invierno,
Right now in this winter
Call 'em
season,
out,
for
AMLO.
instance,
por respeto,
with all due
No.
respect,
lo digo de manera
I'm not
directa.
saying this in a very direct
Pero
manner,
un
but what I'm
gobernador
saying is that, I mean, one of the governors
de
of
nuestro país
our
vecino
neighboring country
cabezón todo un movimiento para
headed
llevar
a movement
migrantes
to take migrants
a Nueva York,
to New York,
a Washington.
to Washington,
Y
Calling out the U.S.
dejarlos ahí.
just
tirados.
drop them there.
Eso es politiquería.
This is politicking.
Eso es completamente
This is
inhumano.
completely inhuman.
Eso
I think we're like 4 or 5 governors have done this stunt.
que
Because
hay
there
quienes
are those
se olvidan de
who
que
forget
todos somos migrantes.
that we're all migrants.
¿Cómo se
How is it that
desarrolló esa gran nación que es
that great
Estados
nation,
Unidos?
the United States,
Con
was developed
migrantes.
with migrants?
Gracias a eso.
Thanks to that.
Entonces,
So then,
tenemos que seguir
we have to continue
buscando
seeking,
alternativas.
looking
Yeah, I
for.
like AMLO.
Mismo en el caso,
I mean, like, I'd trade AMLO for
This is
Biden.
also in the case of violence.
What's up, Tones?
hay que atender las
I
causas.
don't know, Core might get on to me for this, but I'd trade Trudeau for Biden.
En el caso de
And
nuestro
also
país,
in the case of our country,
no se atendía a los jóvenes.
youth were never cared
único
for. No
que
services
se
for
hizo
young people. The only thing
fue
that was done
Llamarles
was
ninis.
call them young people who didn't work, who didn't study. This is a discriminatory labeling for youth.
Well, you would enjoy having Biden?
Ninis, they were called in Mexico. They don't do one thing, they don't do the other thing either. So no one was ever caring for our youth in Mexico. All those young people only had, the only option they had, was to migrate. And many migrated, acting in a respectful manner, a very responsible fashion. And others as well were trying to make a living because they didn't have any other opportunities, so they made a living in what we call the informal economy, which is, making a living out on the street, no matter what. I mean, whichever way you can make a living without falling into illicit activities. However, unfortunately, many did go into the path of...
Warlord, we just negotiated a trade.
We did really
Joe Biden is going to be the Prime Minister of Canada, and Justin Trudeau is going to be the President of the United States.
This program never existed.
We have agreement here.
0.4 million.
Lenny, good evening, my friend.
Hired. They are working. They're apprentices. What are we doing?
Biden won't know the difference.
We are taking away from them this culture.
I'd rather have AMLO over all of them. Can we get AMLO? Can we negotiate for AMLO?
Away from criminal groups. We're taking youth. We don't want our youth to be hooked. We don't want those criminal groups to be taking our youth away.
We need an envoy from Mexico to negotiate on AMLO's behalf.
That's exactly what we're doing in Mexico. And let me conclude. Also, highlighting another difference, which is quite important.
We'll give you Ted Cruz. He'd rather be in Mexico anyway.
The government that I represent, there's no impunity either. We have painted this line. It is very clear. Is one thing and the authority is a different thing. There's no criminal association or partnership as before. Yes, we're even ashamed to mention this, to mention that those who were in charge of guaranteeing or ensuring public security were at the service, in the past, were at the service of criminal organizations. This doesn't happen in Mexico anymore. That's why in this meeting, this summit we just held today, all three governments of the three countries, we have reached agreements to continue working together to get peace, to have peace in all three countries, so that we can ensure and guarantee security of our peoples. That's all I wanted to answer to your question, madam.
Bring you peace.
Yes, we are doing that. Just as I was telling you, that in the case of migration, first there were brothers and sisters from Central America and also from Mexico, but now in recent times, a lot of migrants from Venezuela, from Nicaragua, Colombia, Ecuador. We do have a situation. This is these are changes in places where we're the places where people being pushed or are being pushed to leave their towns, their place of origin, for many reasons. With drugs, we have a case in point. It's not cannabis, it's not marijuana, it's not poppy. It's not only cocaine either. Now we have fentanyl.
How about partying?
And chemicals.
AMLO's speech starting to sound like the opening to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Some of the most dangerous type of substance and very harmful for people because they are causing so many deaths. So then, we're working on this in an organized manner. In the case of Mexico, this led us to make all the ports and the customs offices to be controlled by the armed forces in Mexico. All the sea customs office, because fentanyl and other chemicals come from Asia. And they are processed in labs.
I was told that they come from Hunter Biden.
Avoiding the entrance of those chemical substances, and we are destroying labs.
Trudeau looks worried that they're going to get bombed or some shit.
Navy Secretariat is in charge of managing ports and customs. Sea customs offices. For instance,
you're in fucking Mexico City. I'm assuming there's a gigantic international airport close by.
And also in Lázaro Cárdenas. Now the Navy is in charge of controlling those customs. And all the customs, the land customs offices along the borderline, are now under the responsibility of the Ministry of Defense, National Defense Ministry. So we are combating fentanyl and those chemicals, and we're doing this because we care. Nothing human is alien to us. We truly care, being able to help and to be of help. The situation in the United States, deaths because of overdose of fentanyl. But just as we discussed today, this is not only an issue of the United States. The thing is that if we do not face this problem, this scourge, we are going to suffer it ourselves as well. So we have to act in a coordinated fashion, and that is something we've been doing, and we discussed it in this summit. It is in the communique we are about to give you, and we are defending life, the life. As I was telling you, I was telling Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden, their teams, I was telling them as well, we only have two campaigns, publicity or propaganda campaigns in the government, in my administration. One is dedicated or devoted to not consuming drugs. Say no to drugs.
Just say no.
Because
AMLO, I'm sorry, but that's a little outdated.
It became quite a famous thing, public fame. Everything related to gangs. There are even series of gangs. And organized crime. Gangs of organized crimes. And this is like an apology of what that, because there are residences, very
we've got some weird shit going on now.
Very luxurious homes and the cars. Men and women, all very good looking. very handsome.
AMLO is an anagram of lame-o.
Jewelry all over the place, with a lot of power. And they pick up the phone and they call head of the police force, head of the military, or even a president of a country. And that's what's being disseminated all over. But we have seen a series on the
Supreme Mix. Oh.
By
Super Mix.
How in 6 months?
Super Mix. What's up, my friend? Thank you for being a freaking fall.
What those doses contain?
Mergen, good evening.
They have muriatic acid.
Informa sobre eso?
Do people inform about the situation? Do people let other people know about this? No, of course not. So we are going to be launching an information campaign.
AMLO been rambling.
The president and the prime minister, I see the papers, yes. They say, well, they're not bad. I mean,
did you say urine? I would like to put my urine in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole.
We did some research on this.
Give me that eye pussy.
Over 30 substances harmful and cancer-causing.
I didn't know his nickname was Cottonhead.
People smoke with. However, because of the law.
No, AMLO's got the most energy of all these three, of the triple presidente.
The publicity or advertising management then
Sup remix.
And there are many parents and mothers, fathers who don't even
that makes sense. I was like, Supreme Mix?
That their
Cicero, good evening, my friend.
Children are going through because of the vapors. We have to look into this, but really, this is
my
not
view
the
on drugs
responsibility of the government. This is also the responsibility of the media. You can also help us so much on this to, spread the word, to inform people.
Yeah, but I don't speak Spanish, so he may be an incredibly eloquent speaker, and I don't know it.
They should be devoting time for this, to inform people, to guide people on this, on how
they may be gripped by what he's saying.
And that people can be successful and they can be happy without needing to fall into drug addiction, those mortal traps. Well, all this, that's what we've been discussing.
He is griping about drugs.
Taking more than the time that I should have taken. It's cold outside. Thank you so much, everyone.
See, you got to laugh there.
From my heart. Thank you so much.
See, the dude seems very personable. Like, we're just listening to a translator, so like that can be a lot more boring. He might have been captivating.
I want the record to show I don't know what questions I didn't answer. I'm prepared later. Thank you very much.
You asked me 20 questions at once. It's okay that you didn't remember them all, Joe. A lot of questions.
I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Well, so now I have an issue. What do I do about the stream? We're 40 minutes away from when I normally do a stream. At this point in time, I should probably just stay on. I have not done my usual show prep.
Thank you very much. We conclude this press conference. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
Gracias. Gracias, ma'am. We conclude this press conference. Curiouser may or may not have cooked salmon. She may or may not have made something sweet, but I'm not sure. I get the fake out sometimes. Sometimes there's cake, and then sometimes she's just burning a candle. I mean, I don't need to prepare for Diamond, do I? Alright, we're gonna do hodgepodge, I guess. Oh, yeah. Warlord sending me the breaking story while we were doing that press conference. Cardinal George Pell dies aged 81. Cardinal George Pell, whose conviction on child abuse charges shocked the Catholic Church before being quashed, has died at 81. The former Vatican treasurer is Australia's highest-ranking Catholic cleric. I'm sorry. Yeah, fuck that guy. The most senior church figure ever jailed for such offense. He died of heart complications after hip surgery, church officials say. Rest in piss, motherfucker. In 2014, he was tasked with overseeing the Vatican's finances, but he left his post in 2017, returning to Australia to face trial on child sex abuse charges. A jury in 2018 found that he had abused 2 boys while Archbishop of Melbourne in the 1990s. Cardinal Pell, who always maintained his innocence, spent 13 months in prison before the High Court of Australia quashed the verdict in 2020. He returned to Rome upon his release from custody and last week attended the funeral of Pope Benedict XVI. Rust in peace. I can't play Tim Minchin. Believe me, I'm singing this song in my head, but I can't play Tim Minchin. I will lose out on my YouTube money. But you should totally give the Tim Minchin song that Merkin posted, Cat, a listen. Tim Minchin is amazing. Before we got started with the Triple Presidente stream, we actually went through a list of U.S. presidents with facial hair. I highly recommend checking that out. I want my 14 cents from YouTube, Merkin. It has taken me 9 years, 12, 11 years. I don't even remember how long it's been. Since 2012. 11 years. I'm horrible at math, in case you can't tell. It's taken me 11 years.
33 and a third chance, minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
This is taking me 11 years to get a payout from YouTube. I made more from Twitch this year than Gina Carino made at the box office on her Daily Wire Western movie. Holy shit. I guess I should be proud of it. I have 10 notifications. What in the fuck? Hold on. I'm going to read this with you guys. First time I've read this. I just saw leftism is not what you think it is. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. Leftism is not what you think it is. It's like saying, I'm not stupid. I'm just one of them, and they approve my message. There's only one reality where you don't have any survival instincts. Therefore, you don't care about anything up until you get stabbed yourself. Did that make any sense? Did that make any sense? This was in response to this dude being bigoted towards immigrants. So when are you guys going to quit with the anecdotes to promote your bigotry? Statistically, family members and church staff are far more likely to abuse children, which is a fact. Who even mentioned anything about leftism? My profile says, what that news be doing? I don't even know where, like, okay, you watch the Matt Walsh. Perhaps you see that I am a leftist. What's wrong with bigotry? Bigotry is what allowed human civilizations to flourish with various distinct societies. Sometimes you have to protect what you have. Bigotry is good.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Does bigotry not mean what I think it means? Can we get a precising definition on bigotry? Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. That doesn't sound good. Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief. I gotta actually I didn't realize I caused so much anguish. Asylum seeker lied about his age and told police he was 16. Apparently he was 21. Tadpole. 3 people liked the comment about bigotry. Not really. Check real statistics. Maybe if you count Muslim church, those numbers are correct. Holy shit. Wow. No, those numbers are correct when we're talking about the Christian church. Not the Muslim church, maybe. Fucking wow.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
Okay, so that's what I've been doing on Twitter. That news be doing. Let's find out what that news be doing. So, Diamond has passed away. The one thing I want to point out about it, like, I was joking earlier when I mentioned, like, I didn't know if it was Diamond or if it was Silk. It was Diamond, because Diamond was the one that did all the talking.
Always 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, baby. I want an outsider. Yeah. I don't want an insider. No.
It's a Silk cut the TV on girl. Donald is announcing he's running for president. And I did. And that's what we need running our country, baby. She said, girl, this is going to be our next president. We got to secure this border. We got to
Still grifting, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Don't you secure your house? Yeah. Ain't the White House secure? Yeah. Well, America's house should be secure.
America's house.
You all said about the Hispanics. And look at what he did in Nevada.
Here's the damn deal, Megan Kelly, or Kelly Bacon, whatever your name is.
Come down to the Muslim. He said temporary.
Temporary ban. Rosie O'Donnell started that whole foolishness. Yeah. We can't have people coming up in here wanting to chop off our heads. That's right. We can't have that.
I'll drink to that.
Drink to itself. NBC threw us up under the bus and backed that bus back up on us. We were supposed to have an interview with a guy by the name of Steve Kanoski. Well, we found out that he used to work for Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe you should go back and report the news to them donuts. But this bitch right here doesn't thank you for censoring me.
You want to be protected, or do you want to be?
Wait, what do they have? What problem do they have with Dunkin' Donuts? America runs on Dunkin'.
You know, when I look at Marco Rubio, he may have had a gay lifestyle in his past.
And this is going to be our next president of these United States.
Yes. So they better hope he be the nominee. That's right. So that the Republicans can win an election and we can go ahead and whoop Hillary or Bernie.
Don't get it twisted.
Whoop Hillary or Bernie. If only it was Bernie. Here is Don Jr. paying tribute.
Well, guys, I got some bad news from MAGA world. This week we lost Diamond of famed duo Diamond and Silk.
Famed duo.
Two ladies from just so many incredible moments. I mean, on the Trump train, from moment number one, they just went out there, brought a level of excitement, energy, humor, pointing out the insanity of what was going on in the left. And, Diamond, as part of that incredibly dynamic duo, passed away this week.
Grifting duo.
Such great ladies, and we're just sad to lose one of them. It was just sort of a perfect moment in time, watching them in the past, seeing that
lost her meal ticket indeed,
doing their things, and
she was just the hype woman
to actually truly point out. I think I try to do some of that myself, just like to point out the ridiculousness of the situations that we sometimes face and that we see. And so, Diamond, we will always miss you. We will love you. I hope to still see Silk out there, because again, I think that the talent of
Can Junior feel love?
Deliver a message. While the duo was an amazing thing,
it is possible that COVID killed her. We do not know this for sure. This is not confirmed.
Voice for a movement that so many of us just really believe in. But
there were reports that Diamond had COVID back around Thanksgiving. Apparently that report has been taken down, whatever website reported that originally.
Sad news out of the political world this morning as one half of the Diamond and Silk duo
he was hospitalized over Thanksgiving. I do know that for a fact.
Diamond, a.k.a. Anita Lynette Hardaway, and her sister gained fame back in 2016 for their support of former President
They were totally anti-vax.
Well-known vloggers and political commentators, even joining Newsmax's lineup. Now, former President Trump announced Diamond's passing on Truth Social, calling the death unexpected and saying there was no better team anywhere or at any time, calling her our magnificent Diamond, as well as
they were a regular Laurel and Hardy,
and frankly all Americans. Now, the official Diamond and Silk Twitter account confirmed the news, saying this: the world just lost a true angel and warrior patriot for freedom, love, and humanity. Now, they also
what in the fuck made her a patriot? How did she fight for freedom, love, or humanity at all? She's just an internet grifter. That is all that woman was.
Asked for donations to preserve her legacy. Her friends and colleagues all reacting to the news. Newsmax's Sebastian Gorka called her a patriot, tweeting, quote, "Diamond was not afraid." And former candidate for New York Senator Joe Pinion wrote, "Stunned. Diamond, we love you and we will miss you. The joy and love you poured into the lives of so many cannot be properly put into words." And former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who
Daryl Hall died? What?
Lady, and referenced their fond memories together while they appeared on his show.
How you gonna upstage Diamond like that, Mox? What? Fucking Daryl Hall died? Hey, I'm not seeing this. You're spreading fake news. Daryl Hall is still alive, right? Now We're not going to finish this show until I find out if Daryl Hall is alive. Okay, Daryl Hall still alive. By the way, we need to open up the phone lines. Playing pranks on me. Spreading how are you just gonna spread fake information like that? Fake news. 719 26 Oates. This is Colin Oates. 719 26 62 837. 719 266 2837, motherfuckers. That is the Colin Oates hotline.
Welcome to Colin Oates, your emergency Hall and Oates helpline. To hear one-on-one, please press 1. To hear Rich Girl, please press 2. To hear Manita, please press 3. To hear Privatize, please press 4.
I think we did Privatize last time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 6 question. I think we did Privatize last time. That's a good question, Mox. Was that Hall and Oates? Kiss on my list. Yeah, that's Hall and Oates. Oh my god. I'm gonna cut it off before I get copyright on that one too. You know what? You don't have to be a... Oh, yeah. Remember, kids. You don't have to... Like, Hall & Oates is for any age. You don't have to be a certain age to enjoy Hall & Oates. Energy, good evening. Thank you for being a freaking follower. Pro NAFTA? Fuck it. Hall & Oates is for the children's. Was that for me? Was I supposed to hear that? Are you just really enjoying yourself in there? You might be moonshined up. I don't know what she's doing in there. Oh shit, let's see what else we got here. This is a hodgepodge show tonight. I did not have time to prepare because of the Triple Presidente speech that we did from Mexico City. So we're just kind of we're going through it. We're finding out what that news be doing, but it isn't there isn't any organization to it. Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate have lost their appeal against detention after a judge upheld their 30-day arrest. You hate to hear it. Brothers arrived at Bucharest Court of Appeal on Tuesday morning, handcuffed to each other, with Andrew carrying the Quran in his right hand. Man, he don't look too happy. Judge in Romania has upheld the 30-day detention of misogynist influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate, who are being investigated for human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. Andrew is indeed a moron. The Tate brothers and 2 women were arrested on December 29th and have been in pretrial detention for the last 12 days after a judge extended their arrest period from 24 hours to 30 days. On Tuesday, the brothers appeared in court in Bucharest to appeal against their pretrial detention. The court heard arguments from Tate's lawyers for their release, which included that the Tate brothers have small children in Romania. According to the Associated Press, the judge stated that the brothers are at risk of evading investigations and that they could leave Romania and settle in countries that do not allow extradition. The Tate brothers have denied the accusations against them. There you see them handcuffed to each other. Muslims on Twitter noticed the brothers arrived in Bucharest Court of Appeals, handcuffed to each other, and Andrew, 36, was carrying the Quran in his right hand. Muslims on Twitter noticed this, and it has since gone viral. While some praised him, others questioned his intentions. Last week, The Guardian reported that 4 more cars belonging to the Tate brothers had been confiscated. 15 cars, including the Bugatti that he was bragging about to Greta Thunberg. Poor guys. Why are you whining, Smokey? I love that the stock market up across the board except for Tesla. The stock market up across the board except for Tesla. Danzig, good evening. The Tesla owner says his Model Y ordered him to pull over before it suddenly shut down, trapping him inside. That doesn't sound scary at all. Tesla owner said his car ordered him to pull over before it suddenly shut down and trapped him inside. Tom Exton, a British YouTuber who collects cars, was driving to London Thursday night when his 5-day-old Model Y asked him to pull over because it was shutting down. He did so, and within minutes, all power to the car was gone. Exton told Insider, adding that he felt trapped as the doors on Teslas need power to open and close. Just told him, pull over. Pull over. According to Tesla's emergency response guide for the Model Y, opening the front doors without power involves lifting the mechanical release handle located near the window switches. Exton followed these instructions, which somehow broke the driver's window. The YouTuber expressed his frustration in a tweet and said he had to wait more than 2 hours for roadside assistance to arrive. Safe to say, horror stories of Tesla cars being appalling seem true. Brand new, fully charged car just cut out on the motorway. Had to use emergency door release to get out. Tesla doesn't make good cars. Tesla does not make good cars at all. There is footage of the Tesla shutting down on the highway. Oh. Yep, causing a pile up behind him. Look at this shit show. Elon, your cars suck. And they are far overpriced. One more time, you will see the Tesla up here in this section of the video. Used his turn signal, did not turn on his hazard lights. Ooh, that totaled multiple cars. That wasn't just a fender bender. That totaled multiple cars. Holy shit. The video and new photographs of the crash, which were obtained by The Intercept via California Public Records Act, provides the first direct look at what happened on November 24th, confirming witness accounts at the time. The driver told police that he had been using Tesla's new full self-driving feature. before Tesla's left signal activated and its brakes activated. It moved to the left lane, slowing to a stop directly in the second vehicle's path of travel. Just hours before the crash, Tesla CEO Elon Musk had triumphantly announced that Tesla's full self-driving capability was available in North America, congratulating Tesla employees on a major milestone. By the end of last year, Tesla had rolled out the feature to over 285,000 people in North America, according to the company. There is another angle of the crash. We'll see it from the backside, contained in the Intercept story that I was reading from. There you can see it pulling over in the top right-hand corner. Ooh. See the traffic jam that it caused. Now, Lenny, a lot of modern cars, like, we made some really good advancements in cars. Like, cars are safer now than they ever have been. They're designed to be able to withstand, you know, crazy fucking impacts. But I mean, like, when it comes to Tesla, though, it's just Elon Musk has been trading on a name, on his PR. That one vehicle got lifted. I mean, there were at least 5 of them totaled in that accident. Fuck. Let's go to this story. I do not know what's going on here. I do not keep up with the sporty ball, but I think we got some fun video. ESPN and the Yankees personality Michael Kay threatens to have a producer fired on air.
3 hours, 4 hours, whatever the show is inland, and there's no way they can not mention us. They can't do it.
I mean, I've got to throw this out there. Is it the fear that this show is now on the rise and that show's kind of going in the other direction lately? And it seems to tie into ever since they lost RJ. So there's a lot of, like, personal shots being taken over there. And even RJ, who's a fantastic producer there, is a fantastic producer here. It seems like it's a little personal at this point.
Going in the other direction.
I don't feel
comfortable with this at all.
Well, listen. If shots are going to be taken on that,
yes,
program,
Raymond,
and I've stayed quiet. I've been respectful, and I love Don LaGreca. I love Michael Kay.
Now, listen. A lot of broadcasting beefs are just done to, like, this is like a rap beef, right? They just create drama with you. It's Twitch beef. You guys are familiar with Twitch beefs. You create drama and it creates viewers.
I even love Peter Rosenberg.
Rick 3636, my friend. Thank you for being a freaking follower. We are listening to ESPN personality and Yankee personality Michael Kay, who's apparently going to go off on one of his producers on his show.
They're all great guys, but I think it's getting a little personal over there. And if I'm going to keep taking shots,
it appears they're listening to another show.
I'm uncomfortable.
I'm recusing myself of all of
you guys know where I am.
I love it, Ray. I'm right behind you.
You can't hit a softball, but you just treat the show like a pinata.
That's right. Home run.
All right, so a couple of things here. First, Dave is playing the role of A. White, because that's what he does well.
Right.
I actually have a different theory on that. And Rick DiPietro is a true friend. True friend, what he did.
Well, true friend.
Ray Santiago
Yeah.
made a comment about ratings and the way the show...
Wow.
Do you realize, Ray... Let me look. This camera right here.
Ray,
give me the one shot. Do you realize, Ray, that all I'd have to do...
Oh, no.
All I would have to do is make one phone call, and you would be on the unemployment line.
Oh, my.
You have the nerve to say something like that about this show? One phone call, which I can...
Sir, I don't think you come across well doing that, threatening to get somebody fired from their job, that you have that much power, that you can have somebody that is on another show fired. I don't think you come across well.
Ratings and the way the show... Wow. Do you realize, Ray, Let me look. This camera right here.
Ray,
Give me the one shot. Do you realize, Ray, that all I'd have to do, all I would have to do is make one phone call, and you would be on the unemployment line.
Oh, my.
You have the nerve to say something like that about this show? One phone call, which I am considering making, and you will be fired. Do you realize that? So, and here's another thing. Management that's listening, I am never talking about that show again. If that's what that guy's going to do, I have no use. Let them do what they do. We'll do what we do. But remember, Ray, I am really, really sitting on the fence right now about getting you canned, opening your mouth when you shouldn't have. Am I?
Damn.
Come on, man.
So this was Key hosting his ESPN radio show on Friday afternoon when he heard Ray Santiago, a producer of ESPN New York's DePietro and Rothenberg, sniped that Kay's show was on the downswing. Kay, a prominent voice in New York sports, known for his "see ya" home run call and broadcasting Yankees games, appeared to demolish the ESPN program's often playful rivalry with a venomous rant. New York Post reported that Kay's show has been losing in the ratings to rival station WFAN in the same time slot. An ESPN spokesperson said the sports network and Kay aren't going to provide a comment here at this time. Sports talk shows have been home to volatility of late. The relationship of Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharpe appears strained after the undisputed host quarreled again, this time over an insensitive tweet sent by Bayless after Damar Hamlin's cardiac arrest. Well, let's see it. Video below. That's what we want.
There's been a lot of speculation of why I wasn't on air yesterday, and I won't get into speculation or conjecture, innuendo, but I will say this. In watching that game on Monday night, what happened to Damar Hamlin struck me a little different. As a brotherhood in the NFL, when injuries happen, when we know injuries are a part of the game, I've seen guys suffer ACLs and Achilles tear, but I've never seen anybody have to be revived and fight for their life on the field. So it struck me a little differently because I remember seeing my brother paralyzed on the field temporarily, and he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down, but I didn't want it.
Well, time out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right, okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead, let's go, Jen.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me.
Well,
you could have came back, Skip.
Well, I thought
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up.
No, I was just going to say, Skip. I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where Damar Hamlin was the issue. We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue without you interrupting.
Okay. I was under the impression you weren't going to bring this up because nobody here had a problem with that tweet.
No. Clearly, the bosses wanted you to offer explanations, so clearly somebody.
No, they did not have. Nobody.
Let's go, Jen.
Damn. See, once again, I don't know about this 40 ball, but as far as I know, Shannon Sharpe is a pretty straight up guy. Damar Hamlin is out of the hospital now. Tweeted after being discharged. Go ahead and cover that because we watched the breakdown of the hit the other day. We listened to a doctor explain exactly what was going on. And then I have to browser here.
Meet with you. And Dr. Knight and I are representing the many individuals and teams that have helped care for Mr. Hamlin since the on-field event on Monday night. We would like to share that there has been substantial improvement in his condition over the past 24 hours. We had significant concern about him after the injury and after the event that happened on the field, but he is making substantial progress. As of this morning, he is beginning to awaken, and it appears that his neurological condition and function is intact. We are
so this is a piece from yesterday.
To report that. Very happy for him. and for his family and for the Buffalo Bills organization that he is making improvement. He continues to be critically ill.
Or this news conference might be from a couple of days ago, and the report was from yesterday. Posted January 9th. Bill's safety Damar Hamlin is now at a Buffalo hospital, having been released from the medical facility where he stayed 7 days after his heart stopped and he had to be resurrected on the field. Resuscitated, not resurrected. Same difference, though. Resurrected like he's fucking Jesus or something. Back in his home town, not exactly home yet. Bills head coach Sean McDermott said on a Zoom call with reporters that he was super excited to have Hamlin back in town. Apparently, Hamlin actually got to watch the game with some friends and family. Picture from the hospital. We covered the story because of all the bullshit that surrounded, the right-wing conspiracy theories and shit. We got another one, though. Once again, I'm a disorganized show tonight. Where did I put this story? Oh, here we go. This is a TV reporter. Passes out on air. She is now the subject of conspiracy theories by right-wingers. TV reporter Jessica Robb struggles to speak and stand and tells the anchor, "I'm not feeling very well." The reporter fended off trolls after her on-air emergency and said there was a reasonable explanation for what happened.
Has come just a week before the 3rd anniversary.
Well, people we spoke... Also, content warning, I guess, on this one. Might make some people squeamish.
Would say they were happy that something is being done, but this is something that they've been asking for since day one. So for them, this is about 1,000 days.
It does seem like she's a little short of breath.
Now, Nariman, looking at after the day, families are pushing the feds to.
Poor woman.
Sorry, Nariman, I'm not feeling very well right now, and I'm about to.
Okay, we'll come back to me right now, and we'll make sure that, Jessica, you are doing okay. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Make sure that Jessica is okay.
Please make sure that Jessica is okay. CTV Edmonton later said that Rob became ill during the 6 p.m. newscast, but was feeling better and is now resting. Monday, Rob offered more insight while taking aim at unfounded speculation. Statement, it's not. I was hoping there was video. She said she received an overwhelming amount of harassment and hatred tied to false theories about the reason for the incident. While I will not share private medical information publicly, I can say that there is no cause for concern and that my understanding of my own medical background provides a reasonable explanation for what happened. I can, however, confirm that the situation was in no way related to the COVID-19 vaccine. Yeah, we watched this video. This happened back in December, where Atlanta Hawks announcer Bob Rathbun also had an incident
amazing.
on air.
And you said it right. Poised for a kid this young, 19 years old, come out on the floor each and every night, and he feels like he's belonged. So I look for this kid to have a really good first half of the season. That's pretty amazing. And you said it right. Poised.
I hope his next words were like, "You okay, Bob?" Then a Hawks announcer, Bob Rathbun, convulsed and lost consciousness while he and analyst Dominique Wilkins previewed the team's NBA home game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Rathbun was about to shuffle through his notes when he leaned back and began to appear to be some sort of seizure. Bally Sports Southeast, which airs the Hawks games, said later on Twitter that Rathbun was treated for dehydration and was stable and responsive as she added. I'm sorry, just curious or laugh maniacally. Like, I don't know what. She's just like, Ma. That cracked me up. Oh shit! They said all tests were favorable, and Rathbun was released from the hospital. Okay, it is now the usual time that Justin Freakin comes on the air. We do a news rundown show, 8 p.m. Eastern, Sunday through Thursday. Find out what that news be doing. Tonight I didn't have time to prepare. I thought we were doing Joe Biden at 4:30. I'd be off by 5:30. I'd eat dinner. I'd put together a show, but that didn't happen. So because of Joe Biden and AMLO and Trudeau, I don't have anything prepared. So I'm just going through my reservoir of stories and pulling shit as I come to them. But since it's my usual time to come on, we're gonna flip over. I'm not actually gonna do the countdown. I missed 8 o'clock. I wanted to hit it perfectly. I love the "you live in sexual anarchy" in front of the Dana Loesch.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It's a freaking Tuesday. Am I a Republican now? Is everything Biden's fault? I mean, well, okay, here's the thing, is that Biden shares a hell of a lot of blame for a lot of things since he was in the fucking Senate for almost 50 years. Well, not just the Senate. He's been in government for almost 50 years. With a good portion of that being in the Senate during a pivotal time. He could have fought back against the neoliberalization of the Democratic Party, but he was front and center for it. One of the top names pushing for it. Reasons why Delaware is where a lot of financial companies are located is because of the state's lax laws regarding financial bullshit. Let's talk about what we're going to be talking about. I don't have any fucking clue. No idea. No idea the things we're going to cover tonight. Playing it by ear. We did a Biden speech, so Justin isn't prepared. We've been watching people pass out on the TV. That happened. Yeah, let's cover that. Since I do usually open up with hard news, we can do this. Energy drinks causing hair loss in men. Oh god, that's funny. Right. In an act of fascism and supremacy, Israel has banned Palestinian flags in public spaces. The Palestinian flag is not a symbol of terrorism, but a symbol of revolution, said one advocate. That's why it is a threat to not only fascists like Ben Gvir, but everyone who supports Israel's apartheid regime. After protests in which tens of thousands of Israelis marched together against fascism and apartheid, Israel's far-right security minister on Sunday ordered police to tear down Palestinian flags wherever they are found in public. Israel Public Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, leader of the ultra-nationalist Otzma Yehut said in a statement that he directed Police Commissioner Kobe Shabati to implement the new policy. Banning our flags like it once was is pointless posturing and a dog whistle to supremacists. It will backfire spectacularly. Can't be that lawbreakers wave terror flags, incite and support terror, and therefore I have ordered that terror-supporting flags be removed from the public space. And Giver, who was convicted in 2007 of incitement to racism and supporting a terrorist organization after he advocated the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. What a piece of shit. I am worried about our brothers and sisters in Israel. What is going to happen to them? Apparently, they're not just cracking down on Palestinians. This is a video of them assaulting Orthodox Jews in the street. So what the fuck is going on in Israel right now? What? Israeli police assaulting Orthodox Jews. So while our hearts go out to our brothers and sisters, non-binary folk, fighting for Palestinian rights, there's something incredibly fucked up going on in Israel right now. What? Just appalling video. Now I want to highlight a professor at Harvard known as the Godfather of Human Rights. They rescinded their fellowship. The Godfather of Human Rights is what this man is fucking called. Harvard rescinds fellowship to leading rights activists. Harvard University rescinded a fellowship that it had offered to a leading human rights activist over what he said Monday was his group's criticism of Israel. Kenneth Roth, who was the executive director of Human Rights Watch until last year, was recruited by the Harvard Kennedy School's Carr Center for Human Rights Policy to become a fellow, and he accepted. But a few weeks later, in July, Roth said the center called and told him that the dean of the school, Douglas Elmerdorf, had not approved it. Roth said he wasn't given a reason, but believes it was due to his and his group's criticism of Israel. It is unclear why it took 6 months for the decision to become public. though the Nation reported on the issue last week. A son of a Jewish refugee from Nazi Germany, Roth acknowledges that his work has made him enemies around the world. In a brief conversation with Elmendorf before his fellowship was denied, Roth said he told the dean that he had been sanctioned by the Russian and Chinese governments and was pretty sure the Israeli government detests me. That turned out to be the kiss of death. Over the years, the group has issued a number of reports saying that Israel appears to have committed war crimes against the Palestinians. In 2019, Israel expelled the group's local director, accusing him of boycott activity. Roth, who at the time was HRW's executive director, said Israel was joining a fairly ugly group of governments that have barred the group's researchers. 2 years later, Human Rights Watch said Israeli policies towards Palestinians amounted to apartheid. Israel vehemently denies the label and comparisons to apartheid South Africa. This is a shocking violation of academic freedom, Roth told the Associated Press. I don't understand how an institution that purports to address foreign policy, that even has a human rights policy center, how can it possibly avoid criticism of Israel? In a statement, the Harvard Kennedy School didn't say why Roth wasn't chosen for a fellowship, only that Elmendorf decided not to make the fellowship appointment, as he sometimes decides not to make other proposed academic appointments based on an evaluation of the candidate's potential contributions to the Kennedy School.
Come on, man.
Now, you can't tell me what I just showed you, the video I just showed you, doesn't amount to human rights abuses. Genocide towards the Palestinian people. Something fucked up is happening in Israel. It's been going on for a while. I think we're at some sort of tipping point. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Does Keurig owe you money? I told you this is a very hodgepodge show. Nothing flows together like it normally does. I take great pride in like how my stories all seem to like follow one another. I have a narrative throughout the stream. Not tonight, bitches. Does Keurig owe you money? Time to claim part of a $10 million settlement is running out. The settlement from a class action lawsuit filed against Keurig means you could be owed some cash after the renowned coffee kings were ordered to pay $10 million. You qualify as a class member if you purchased K-Cup single-serving coffee pods labeled as recyclable in the U.S. for households between June 8th, 2016 and August 8th, 2022. Seriously, she's having a blast in there. I want some of whatever she's on. Oh, here's how you file a claim. I sent you to the FAQs. This is the claimant form. Boom. Oh, that might be a song I'm hearing. That might not have been her going, phew. Oh. A TikToker with a science PhD is begged viewers to stop asking a man to explain things she's already explained. A woman science TikToker has asked viewers to stop tagging Hank Green in her content. She said she has a PhD in physics, which is more relevant expertise than Green's. Green has previously said he feels weird when he gets asked to weigh in on other creators' videos. See the video. Where's the fucking link to the video? Sucks when it's not embedded. Ah! Erectile dysfunction. If I can't show you the videos, it's not really fun. Okay, here's Hank.
Somebody with a video on TikTok and they're explaining some delightful facet of our universe. And you're like, is that for real? You might have an impulse to, apparently some people do, to say, Hank Green, is this real? Can you, before you do that, can you check and see if that person actually knows more about that topic than I do? Which is not unlikely, considering that, like, you know, we all have our expertises and mine are limited. I'm very happy to have established myself as having some amount of credibility in the world of talking about and communicating the realities of our very weird and bizarre and lovely universe. But I'm certainly not the only person who does that. And there are many, many people who know more about the things that they know about than I do. And I think it can feel a little weird to them to see me getting tagged in their comments when they know more about a thing than I do. And I think that I feel a little bit weird about it too. So just FYI, thank you.
Good on him. I want to see her video. Is this the correct one? Okay, here we go.
A nuclear fusion experiment reaching ignition was not on my radar for 2022, but the people at Lawrence Livermore National Lab used the National Ignition Facility's inertial confinement fusion laser to produce a pulse that was about 2 megajoules in energy. This pulse was directed at a target that was carbon encasing a small fuel cell of frozen hydrogen. When this high energy pulse hits the carbon, it expands rapidly. This expansion causes the fuel cell to compress. This compression allows it to reach temperatures and pressures necessary for nuclear fusion to take place. And take place it did, because they measured an output of over 3 megajoules of energy. This is the first time that we have ever seen more energy come out of a fusion experiment than what we have put into it. This is a massive, massive breakthrough.
Yeah, she seems cool.
It's still a long, long, long way away.
So that's the video where they had to be like, oh, Hank Green, can you explain? Is this correct? Cool.
Please don't do this. Please don't do this. About a month ago, I made a video expressing my frustration with the fact that men were summoned to confirm a video I made about venoms versus poisons. Renegade science teacher was one of those people. He ended up making a video stitching mine where he confirmed all of my facts, said that my facts were correct and people should have just believed me in the first place. His video ended up getting 2 million views and comments from all the cool people. And the whole point of his video was my facts were good. I check all of my facts before I post. I read articles, I watch videos, I ask experts if I know experts. If you want to check my facts, please do that. You should absolutely do that on your own, or ask me and I will double and triple check my facts. Please do not summon the men, especially ones who already follow me. It doesn't feel good. Thanks. Please don't do this.
I bet. Don't need somebody to come in and mansplain. Okay, this one is one that pisses me off. Let me get the article. One of the biggest lowlifes on the entire planet. man who I have a total beef with, Seth Rollins, was named the Wrestler of the Year for 2022. Sports Illustrated has released its list of the best wrestlers of 2022, and Seth Rollins has surprisingly made it to the top. The Raw superstar has now reacted to the award, although the Monday Night Messiah has not had a standout year in terms of titles and storylines. He has arguably been WWE's most consistently brilliant in-ring superstar. Rollins started his year in the world title scene. He was in a fatal 5-way match for the WWE Championship at the Day 1 Premium Live event and defeated Roman Reigns in a Universal Championship match via a DQ at the Royal Rumble. His next major rivalry began at WrestleMania, where he took on the returning Cody Rhodes. Seth Rollins can kiss my ass. This is WWE superstar and multiple-time champion Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the top wrestlers in the industry, and never in a million years would I expect that Seth would be spying on me, or at least following me on social media. You see, a few years ago, around 2015 or 2016, Seth started referring to himself as
Seth freaking Rollins.
Now, Justin, you may say, your name is Justin Freakin. That's not very similar. And you'd be right. But I actually rebranded myself as Justin Freakin after Rollins blatantly stole my gimmick. Before last year, I went by
Justin freaking Mullins.
Justin Freakin Mullins.
Justin freaking Mullins.
I am on film and audio, calling myself Justin Freakin Mullins several years before Seth Rollins. And if we take a trip in the Wayback Machine, we can see that I've actually been using the appellative since I was in high school. If this was Seth's only offense, I might let it slide. But recently he started referring to himself as
The Monday Night Messiah.
I wonder where I have heard something like that before.
I am the new media messiah.
I am the new media messiah.
Self-proclaimed new media messiah.
The new media messiah.
So, Seth, since you and the WWE are clearly paying attention to me, consider this video your cease and desist to stop infringing on my intellectual property, and issue me a check for a cut of that sweet merchandise money. Obviously, you and the WWE are big fans of my ideas, so maybe you should offer me a slot on the creative team. Anyone who has watched Raw in the past decade knows you could use the help. And if you're watching this video and you're not Seth Rollins, check out the links below to learn how you can contribute to my legal fund. I'm just saying, fuck Seth Rollins. Oh, this was about the Damar Hamlin thing. I should have played it earlier. This is actually fuck you, fuck all of you, fuck all the way off. God damn it. Before I turn on Laura Ingraham, you're gonna hit the no profanity. Who decided that was a good fucking idea? So Laura Ingraham had, this has been about a week ago, a few nights back. This was posted on January 5th. Author Steve Almond, he's the inventor of almond milk. He was on Fox News to talk with Laura Ingraham.
You're focused on the players. I'm focused on the fans. And what I essentially believe is not that any government ban is going to make football safer, and certainly not some mythic woke mob that you mentioned to try to scare your viewers. I think it's going to happen.
I'm not trying to scare the viewers.
The woke mob. The woke mob.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Hayes, good evening.
I think it's going to happen.
I'm not
because
trying to scare the
individual
viewers.
fans
Football's
see-
not about politics. It's not about politics. You're
I think
making
that's
it
your
about
entire
politics.
economic model.
What?
Your entire economic model is to
What
scare
other
your
sport
viewers.
should?
That's
What
your
other
whole
sport?
gig.
I mean, Steve, you
And
really
the
want
only way
you really
that
want
you
football
change
to
your
be banned.
behavior.
Yeah, you want football to be
No,
banned.
I
mean,
don't.
You,
This
you
is what
play
you
this
do.
game. Oh, come on. What
Probably
you
should
want
be.
Football essentially changed into I don't know what. Like I don't know. You have a sensor in the helmet. I guess. Okay. Propose one.
Well, is that
go speak to the
technology
players.
troubling to you?
No, not in the
If you're
slightest.
concerned about the
not
players,
in the slightest.
why wouldn't
not
you want
in the
them to
slightest.
play in a way that was safer? You're not concerned about the players.
I
You
think
don't
there
care
are
about them at
ways
all.
to make baseball safer. I think there are probably ways to make lacrosse safer. I played 3 sports. I know a lot about safety in sports. I think everyone can celebrate that. But underneath it all, you seem to have
absolutely.
a belief that football has a history based in racism and a celebration of the fans of violence. And what I'm saying to you is, I don't know what kind of
both those things could be a good argument can be made.
Celebrate violence. They're there to enjoy the game
I don't think the
and
fans
celebrate the
celebrate
talent.
violence. I agree with you, Laura. I don't think the fans are celebrating the violence. I think they tolerate the violence, and they see when somebody like Damar Hamlin is almost killed in front of them, or I remember watching Darryl Stingley get paralyzed as an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
And I didn't stop watching football, and lots of fans don't stop watching football because they enjoy it so much, because it's so thrilling. The reason that people change their behavior is because there's an economic incentive. A couple of years ago, when you taunted the survivor of Parkland mass shooting, you apologized only because advertisers
Steve,
withdrew
nice try,
from your
little
show.
buddy.
And your
nice try, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, this is what they always do. But we're going to welcome all points of view on the show.
We're going to welcome all points of view on the show after she cut him off for criticizing her.
Because there's an economic incentive. A couple of years ago, when you taunted the survivor of Parkland mass shooting, you apologized only because advertisers
Steve,
withdrew
nice try,
from your
little
show.
buddy.
And your
nice try, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, this is what they always do. But we're going to welcome all points of view on the show.
She said that specifically because she knew it wasn't true. Need to reinforce we're going to welcome all points of view on this show. Even though I just cut this motherfucker off. God damn it. Fuck. God fuck. 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 And this, I was going to do this story next. How am I not going to cuss during this one? Experts are worried that elderly billionaires will become immortal, compounding wealth forever. The longer you're around, the more your wealth compounds. Let's be clear, modern science has done a lot of incredible things for human health. We live way longer than we used to, and quality of life is remaining far better for far longer than at any other point in history. But there are a lot of wealthy people out there who don't just want to live longer, they want to live forever. And they're using their deep pockets to try to make it happen. In fact, Wired just declared that anti-aging research in 2023 could kickstart the greatest revolution in medicine since the discovery of antibiotics. Could all the hype fall short? Sure, and it likely will. But it's also possible that the quest for immortality could mark a grim new inflection point in the history of wealth. That's not just because it might mean that humanity will simply have to exist with the glare from an immortal Jeff Bezos' glistening scalp for eternity, but because such technology might mean that people like Bezos, whose money equals a whole lot of power, would be able to continue compounding that wealth and power for, well, forever. Suppose, for example, we had a kind of vaccine for the pandemic of age. Christopher Wareham, a bioethicist at Utrecht University who studies the ethics of aging, told the Financial Times. This is going to potentially exacerbate all kinds of existing inequalities that we have. The longer you're around, the more your wealth compounds, and the wealthier you are, the more political influence you have. It's a bone-chilling hypothesis, to say the least. Time, of course, is the central reason why anything really changes, politics included. Old leaders and belief systems die. New citizens with fresh ideas are born. In Wareham's dystopian postulation, dictators and autocrats, as well as their donors, would additionally flock to the still mythic technological fountain of youth. Sorry to have to hit you guys with that one. We wanted good news, Justin. Seriously, we're skipping around a lot tonight. This is one that, it happened on December 31st, or at least the story was published on December 31st. North Carolina radio broadcaster was suspended for illegal aliens remark. Progressive aunt. The news will continue until morale improves. Good evening. So glad to see you. California fools! Rated with one troll not high enough for this shit. Somebody shout out California fools. Let's get you some more viewers. How are you, my friend? So glad to see you. Need a WWE entrance for Raiders. That might be a good idea. Holy shit. It might be onto something. If you are new here, my name is Justin Freakin. I do the news Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Tonight we were carrying the triple presidente speech, I called it. Biden, AMLO, and Trudeau speaking from Mexico City. Unfortunately, it went up right about into the time of the show, so I didn't get a chance to put together any news. We still finding out what that news be doing. I'm just doing it in kind of a hodgepodge way. Usually it's more organized and I have a format and stuff like that. Because I used to be a broadcaster once upon a time. Now I'll just sit here and kick authority in the balls on Twitch.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
We are the nation of domination. This is one I missed a couple weeks back. North Carolina State University announcer Gary Hann. That might just be you, Smash, but also good evening. So happy to see you tonight. I believe I've got sound. Verify sound for me, guys. I want you to hear this dude go on a racist rant. Also, I'm not high enough, so I might have to pack another one.
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6. That's what...
Ooh, been watching the Fox News, haven't you, buddy?
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6. That's with 11:15 to go in the second quarter. Let's go to the sidelines. Tony Haynes.
And I don't want to see Smash leave. Oh, my God. Yeah, down there with all the illegal aliens in Texas. What illegal aliens in Texas? You guys keep busting them up here. By the way, asylum seekers are not illegal. That is a perfectly legal process. I shouldn't have used his language to try to make a jokey joke. Oh, has he been fired? He has been suspended. He has not been fired. Just suspended. Smash, good evening. I would assume he's a broadcaster, so probably not with pay. Sorry you were having trouble over on the Twitch. We did a Biden speech earlier, and I did not have time to put the news together, but we're doing a hodgepodge show. He is immediately and indefinitely suspended. Immediately and indefinitely suspended, so he may end up getting fired. He just said it so nonchalantly, with 11:15 to go in the second quarter. That's what right-wing brain will do to you. This guy was a broadcaster for North Carolina State University.
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6. That's with 11:15 to go in the second quarter. Let's go to the sidelines. Tony Haynes.
Well, NC State, not a lot of depth in the secondary.
Old Haynes there didn't even notice what he said.
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6. That's with 11:15 to go in the second quarter. Let's go to the...
I'd put it in my reel. The thing that got me fired from a radio station is in my reel. But then again, I'm a different kind of beast now, aren't I? I'm sure it's just one person on radio. There's going to be a board op. The board op may not have been paying attention to what he actually said. Because when I would run video games, when I would run football games, you could hear them going to break, right? You knew kind of how they're going to wrap up to go to break. But other than that, I didn't pay attention to what they were saying at all. I think they probably kind of knew we weren't paying attention to them. That's why they said it in a way which you would know they're going to break. So you knew to play their commercials. Somebody listening certainly heard. Let's see, what else we got? What else we got here? Somebody can call in if they want to. 917-830-4359. The chat was complaining that I haven't had a call in a while. Man, I wish I could show you the Brazilian insurrectionist pooping on a desk. Can I say pooping? I can say shitting now. I could show you the shitter. We're not gonna do that. I was saving this one for the freak show, but I mean, come on. This is good advice. This is advice that anyone can use at any time.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash
and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass.
Is this a bidet, an ad for a bidet?
Good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass every day. Make washing your ass an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. So,
life is too short to walk this earth with a crusty asshole, is what the man said. That happened. Now this is some self-help that I can get down with.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass.
Progressive Aunt says, has a friend in urology, and she said the number of skid marks on the exam table is astonishing. Whatever happened to the advice your mom used to give you to always wear clean underwear? Clean underwear goes with the washing your ass.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass every day. Make washing your ass an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. So wash your ass. Wash your ass.
Our ass. Our ass. Buttholes are communist. It's all our asses. Oh, this is good. Also a story that I was saving for the freak show, apparently. I have video, though. Oh, man. Oh, man, why did we not have body camera video? Police in Germany say they had quite the time attempting to pull over a Tesla driver who had fallen asleep behind the wheel. Bamberg traffic officers tailed the electric vehicle for about 15 minutes on Wednesday while the country's Autobahn 70 after signaling for a traffic stop with repeated horns and sirens. The driver was driving on the A70 from Bamberg in the direction of Bayreuth around 12 p.m. when the police patrol wanted to subject him to a traffic check. He did not respond to stop signals or repeated horns from the officers. The Tesla vehicle noticeably maintained a speed of 110 kilometers per hour, which is about 68 miles per hour, according to police. Adding to this, the driver of the car was apparently asleep at the time. Officers found that the Tesla driver was reclining in the seat with his eyes closed and his hands off the steering wheel. This strengthened the suspicion that he had left the controls to the autopilot, and I said it like autopilot, and had fallen asleep. The 45-year-old driver of the Tesla eventually woke up and followed police instructions. Police noted that the man showed drug-typical abnormalities during the oh no. Well, he was doing the right thing, letting the car drive him then. If he was impaired, come the fuck on. Police reportedly found a steering wheel weight in the vehicle's footwell. Such a device is used to trick Tesla's safety systems into thinking drivers' hands remain on the wheel so that the autopilot remains active. Police say that after consulting with Bamberg's prosecutor's office, a complaint was filed against the driver for endangering road traffic. A preliminary investigation was reportedly initiated against the driver, and he has to give up his driver's license until the court reaches a decision. Fucking, I didn't think Haiti had a government to begin with. It got demolished a couple of years ago. We got breaking now. Haiti left with no elected government officials as it spirals towards anarchy. Last 10 remaining senators leave office, with gangs controlling much of the capital, a malnutrition crisis, and a cholera outbreak. Fuck. The last 10 remaining senators in Haiti's parliament have officially left office, leaving the country without a single democratically elected government official. The expiration of the official's term at midnight on Monday formally concluded their time in office, and with it, the last semblance of democratic order in the beleaguered Caribbean nation. Ida, I don't think I told you good evening. Haiti, which is currently engulfed in gang violence and the worst malnutrition crisis in decades, now officially has no functioning parliament, as the senators were the last of the 30 to remain in office after successive failed efforts to hold elections. There is now no constitutional representation at any state level, the latest sign that the country has become a failed state. Haiti is plagued by a series of acute overlapping crises as gangs violently exploit a power vacuum to expand their control of the capital. Every democratic institution, from Haiti's justice system to parliament, is no longer functioning. All local authorities' terms expired in 2020, and when the Supreme Court last met in February of 2022, only 5 of the 12 judges remained in office. The breakdown of Haitian democracy and its institutions has made it impossible to confront warring factions who now control an estimated two-thirds of Port-au-Prince. Home to 12 million, Haiti has not held timely legislative elections since October of 2019 and was plunged further into uncertainty when its president, Jovenel Moïse, was assassinated in July of 2021 by Colombian mercenaries in circumstances that remain unclear. That was it. It was the president that was assassinated, and I still don't know what happened. I was asking earlier about the details. All local and national political mandates have now expired, while questions hang over the constitutional legitimacy of the interim government, which has set no dates for the next round of elections. Moïse had controversially extended his own mandate before he was assassinated. The succession of Ariel Henry, previously the prime minister, has never been ratified by law. Did I add an S to Illinois? You never know what you're gonna get with me and how I'm gonna pronounce words. I'm gonna fuck them up most of the time. Oh, did I tell you good evening clinically? Henry is seen as illegitimate by most Haitians, and his request in October for foreign military intervention was seen by critics as an effort to shore up a weak and unelected government. Holy shit. Yeah, she's like, what the fuck is going on? What are we gonna do over here? The explosion of gang violence engulfing Haiti has caused famine, forced hospitals to close, and probably contributed to the reemergence of cholera. Record 4.7 million people are facing acute hunger, with 1.8 million at a critical level of malnutrition. Fuck. That ain't good. There's very little advice I can give you about the cholera outbreak, except for you can help fight it by...
Yes, toilet paper is good, but water is much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass every day. Make washing your ass an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. So wash your ass. Wash your ass.
I don't think it has anything to do with not washing your ass, though, does it? It's like the waste management in the town. Like it's when you get too much waste in the drinking water, right? Not exactly. I live in a privileged time. I'm not exactly sure what causes cholera. But I'm sure washing your ass wouldn't hurt. Let's check this out. This is just cool video. Got a video of a dude being trapped under a car. That's wild. Neil, good evening, my friend. Hitting us with the content warning here.
Here, let's try to lift it this way, dude, if we can. Everybody.
All right, you guys are right. You're getting a wash your ass pop up now. You're welcome.
Here, let's try to lift it this way, dude, if we can. Everybody.
This was after a wreck. Dude trapped under a car.
Hold on.
This happened on the 15th of December.
Hold on, I don't think that's gonna help. It's not. Help! Lift the car up. Hold on. Lift. Hold on, he's strapped under. More. Lift. Hold on. We need more help. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know, if he has a spinal injury, you probably shouldn't move him, should you?
Okay. Good job, guys. Good job.
You don't know if there's a spinal injury or a head injury. I don't know if this is the right course of action. Apparently they saved the guy, though.
No. Hold on. Let him put him on his back. Let him go on his back. Hold on. Can you guys back up, please?
Am I wrong on that? Because, like, only medical professionals, or is it like if there's a possible spinal injury?
Someone come over here and take this.
He was on his bike. He was a biker that got hit.
Okay? So...
They're patting themselves on the back.
Actually, asking for some help.
Help!
About 5 or 6 Good Samaritans came full sprint.
Hold on, lift!
And I ran over there.
If they're not bleeding externally, you get them out of the pin situation. Okay, thank you, clinically.
What I could, and
well, that looks like what we had going on here.
Trying to lift the vehicle.
Lift! Hold on, he's strapped under.
I knew there were probably parameters.
Because this individual is going to die if we don't lift the car off of his chest. Seconds mattered, and he was gasping for air because he couldn't breathe.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it was restricting his airway.
Put it apart. There's someone else there. Yeah, I don't know. Sanchez got him. No. Hold on. Let him put him on his back.
Everything just happened so fast. The only thing I really wanted to do was just help. I came back to work and I told my coworkers, I was, you're not gonna believe it. Like, it was one of the craziest lunches I've ever had.
Gracias. Hold on. Señor, ¿puedes hablar? Someone come over here and take this. Okay?
I hope the dude's okay.
That still are out there willing to help out a complete stranger in a time of need. It's one of the greatest feelings that I've ever felt.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Well, I would hope most people
God knows the work that you did.
would pitch
in some
in.
shape or form in the future, He will repay that favor that you did. Thank you so very much.
Video is fake. They're not beating anybody. They're not beating an innocent civilian.
Pedestrian would not be here with us today.
That was wild fucking video. Oh, here's one I didn't do. Warning. Bill Cosby is planning a 2023 comedy tour. Get your tickets now for the sexual predator. During a surprise radio interview Wednesday on WGH Talk, Cosby answered yes when asked if 2023 is the year he might finally be able to tour again. Do we have the interview? I am proud to say that when I was in college, it was around 2012, 2011, whenever the I have an ad blocker name. It was whenever the Hannibal Buress clip was going around where he was calling Bill Cosby a rapist. Cosby was set to... I don't think he was doing stand-up. I think he was going to give a talk at my college, and we got him canceled. So I am very proud of that. I want the clip. I want the clip of his interview. I don't want to listen to the whole goddamn thing, though. It's 20-something minutes.
On this Wednesday morning, December the 28th, 2022, almost a memory, 21 minutes past the hour here. 27 degrees and hazy skies in this area. And
yeah, this is one of these stories I missed.
Yes, this morning.
Over, all the news that's been going on.
This person is...
Borg, good evening.
Really, there's no other way to say it. One of the most prolific people in the history of this country and possibly, quite possibly, the world. His comedy has entertained people for more than a half century through entertainment.
I didn't quite find him that entertaining.
He spent 15 minutes with us here this morning talking about his holiday season and the new year 2023. Can you imagine that in just a few days? What a pleasure it is for the second time, hopefully not the last time, to welcome to these microphones the legendary, the iconic, and trust me, there aren't too many icons around, Mr. Bill Cosby. Mr. Cosby.
Mr. Spears.
How are you, my friend?
I am just full of Christmas cheer.
Well, that's what we want a few days after, so it's still with you.
Hey, listen, it's not going anywhere.
Some people are still celebrating the Christmas.
Doing well in the young people are doing well in school.
Keep Cosby away from the young people.
It's interesting the kind of work they have to do and how they talk about being stressed because of the work they have to do. And I said, but you sit down.
Whose mental faculties are sharper, Cosby or Biden?
You don't have to drive nails on the railroad, and you sit down and you read, and then your professor.
You got different answers here.
Helps to interpret what he or she has assigned you to read, and then you write about it.
Progressive Aunt, he is making a comeback. 2023 is the year that he is going to do stand-up comedy again.
That was the people who didn't really.
Locke says he sounds like he roofied himself.
Study and do well. Said things like, well, they just want you to repeat back what they've said, and I'm not going to do that. And then the more you talked.
Oh, is he saying the woke moralists are canceling him?
Up yours, woke moralists.
I
we'll
found
see
out
who
that
cancels who.
they really were not interested. They didn't have a view of where they were going, and they didn't feel the importance of what they had to do.
You know, Mr. Cosby, there's a conversation going on amongst a lot of people in education. Do you believe the cell phone has caused this, the internet, the text messaging? Has it led to a big change in education?
I don't know. Oh, yes, obviously. Being in contact with your family while you're in school. I'm from that the day of I'm Neanderthal in the 40s, the classroom setting.
You know, for a comedian, you're not very fucking funny.
That were nailed down to the floor, and you lifted the top, and then underneath, sitting there were books. And as a matter of fact, I remember inkwells. I don't think you know anything about that, but
inkwells
with an ink pen.
Date yourself with an object.
Ink in the inkwell, and you wrote with it. So I just feel that the difference and the problem I'm having is the word subpar. And
you play the golf, you know what that means.
Have to put themselves in a position to make sure that their children are not getting a subpar education, and think of education as something that is subpar. I don't care if you have 12 cell phones and they're all ringing at the same time. You don't have to turn them on. You don't have to answer them. But it's the idea of the education. Ever since Samuel Clemens wrote about
Mark Twain,
his boys, Mark Twain and Huckleberry Finn, and their dislike for education, I think that parents have fought the chance for the children to.
That's from one of his last comedy specials before he was arrested.
You know, Mr. Cosby, before we went on air, you were talking about your Christmas, your holiday, and an interesting story came up about cooking over the holiday season that our audience might like to hear.
My wife has said that this is a time of year when someone else will do the cooking. She doesn't.
Isn't she the matriarch, though?
But the idea when she goes shopping that the markets have changed in terms of how much money it costs.
Well, Cosby's bitching about inflation.
I'm not bringing this up because we have money and other people do not have money, so to speak. And it's tough out there because the markets don't have the kind of food they don't sell things that can be trusted. And so when it comes time, she's so happy.
The markets don't sell things that can be trusted.
And children around. I think that this has caused a whole different viewpoint of some, not all, but I know for sure, mine. She is a happy camper to have granddaughters and daughters.
What food is it that Camille can't get from the grocery store that you want, Bill?
And baking and cooking and doing things, man, oh man. And I'm happy because she's happy.
You know, Mr. Cosby, every Christmas, every holiday season, it seems, for many, many years now, the question comes up, do we really celebrate the true meaning of Christmas, or are we wrapped up in buying things, getting things, and stress ourselves to the point where we really don't enjoy the holiday? What's your feeling on
Buddy,
Christmas?
you're on the radio. It's your best time.
Isaiah Thomas surprised me when he talked about his time. I think he was brought up in Detroit. And he said that as a young
We're on the other side of 8 Mile.
You
had one shot, one opportunity.
His friends see his apartment during
Bill Cosby on some local radio station announcing he's going to go on tour in 2023.
They were. And I was surprised because
he's kind of boring me. Do you guys want to move on? I can be done with Bill Cosby. Because of the Biden speech earlier, we didn't have a chance to put together a show. I don't want to do Andrew Callahan. Like I talked about it earlier, I didn't know when somebody mentioned it in the chat last night. I didn't know who he was. And I had to Google it, and turned out like I watched his, HBO, This Place Rocks or This Place Rules or whatever it is. I watched that just a few days ago because I saw a clip on Twitter of him confronting a convicted pedophile that was, a QAnon motherfucker calling people pedophiles. And I thought that was really good. I didn't come away from the movie like a hardcore fan or anything. I enjoyed it. It did make me want to go watch everything he'd ever done because there was a few things that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Apparently he's a sex pest, so I'm glad I didn't get too attached to him. Like if I found out like Nathan Fielder was a sex pest, oh boy, that would shatter my world. I don't want to find that because like already happened to me once with Louis C.K., right? Man, some of the responses I'm getting on Twitter, oof, I can't show that. That's terms of service. Holy shit, how that is fucking racist. Holy fuck. Sorry guys, I can't show it to you. You want to do some politics before we get out of here? Let's talk about Ryan Zinke accusing the deep state of coming after him. Which is weird because, Ryan Zinke being the deep state. It was once upon a time Secretary of the Interior.
From Montana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a select committee to investigate the weaponization of the federal government, something I have a lot of experience firsthand. I proudly served as the 52nd Secretary of Interior, and despite the deep state's repeatedly attempts to stop me, I stand before you as a duly elected member of the United States Congress and tell you that a deep state exists and it is perhaps the strongest covert weapon the left has against the American people. There is no doubt the federal government deep state coordinates.
This dude oversaw our nuclear arsenal. Let that sink in, Elon. This dude oversaw our nuclear arsenal. And he's up here talking about how like a deep state is coming after him.
Montana. Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today.
He's a sitting member of Congress.
To investigate the weaponization of the federal government, something I have a lot of experience firsthand. I proudly served as the 52nd Secretary of Interior, and despite the deep state's repeatedly attempts to stop
he did say deep state.
I stand before you as a duly elected member of the United States Congress and tell you that a deep state exists and it is perhaps the strongest covert weapon the left has against the American people.
The left.
There is no doubt the federal government deep state coordinates with liberal activists and uses politicians and willing media to carry their water. The deep state runs secret messaging campaigns with one goal in mind: to increase its power to censor and persuade the American people. Dark money groups funded by liberal billionaires and foreign investors funnel money to shell organizations and repeatedly attempt to destroy the American West. In many cases, they want to wipe out the American cowboy completely, remove public access to our lands, and turn Montana into a national park.
First of all, Montana probably should be a national park. We want to wipe out the American cowboy. What? Where have all the... That one woman in the 90s, she wrote the song, Where Have All the Cowboys Gone? That was 25, 30 years ago, dude. There ain't no cowboys anymore. What cowboys you talking about?
And persuade the American people. Dark money groups funded by liberal billionaires and foreign investors funnel money to shell organizations and repeatedly attempt to destroy the American West. In many cases, they want to wipe out the American cowboy completely, remove public access to our lands, and turn Montana into a national park. They want to control our land and our lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit a five-part series of investigative articles by the Capitol Research Center entitled Arabella's Long War, Keep It in the Ground, into the congressional record.
We're in for a fun time with the 118th Congress. We're really kicking things off now, aren't we? Deep Steak. Wonder if he's a member of the Freedom Cock with his deep steak. Woman to be on the lookout for is Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Just recently sworn in as a congressperson from Florida. She was on with Cavuto and friends.
I'm not going to say that I want to cut defense spending,
Right.
but I will say that I think it's important that we are looking to make sure that we are getting the best deal, especially on some of the stuff that we're spending money on. So I think that we need to have those discussions. But more or less what I've heard in some of these negotiations is we're talking about programs that aren't going to the necessities that we, the American people, need, i.e. protections. I'm talking about some of these woke ideology, these funded programs, and for example, these salaries for these additional weaponized 87,000 IRS agents, which you saw we tried to pass, yet the Senate and even the Biden White House is pushing back on. Sir, I say taxation is theft, and I don't want any more IRS agents than you probably do.
All right, so
I'm not going to.
Wow. We've gone completely libertarian over here to taxation is theft. That's like a Facebook group tagline. What the fuck? That is not legitimate policy from a lawmaker. Talk about Alan Weisselberg, who was Trump's chief financial officer, Trump Company. He has been sentenced as of today.
Alan Weisselberg was sentenced on Tuesday to 5 months behind bars for helping engineer a wide-ranging tax fraud scheme at the Trump Organization. Weisselberg, who is
speaking of taxes,
was expected to be sent to New York's notorious Rikers Island jail. The Trump Organization's former chief financial officer pleaded guilty last August.
Well, I mean, that's something that they're going to send Weisselberg to Rikers Island? Wow.
To all 15 counts he faced in an agreement with prosecutors, admitting that from 2005 to 2017, he and other executives received bonuses and perks that fraudulently saved the company and themselves money. Weisselberg also admitted to evading taxes and has paid about $2 million in taxes, penalties, and interest as part of his punishment. Defense attorney Nicholas Gravante.
He deeply regrets the lapse in judgment that resulted in his conviction, and he regrets it most because of the pain it has caused his loving wife, his sons, and wonderful grandchildren. Mr. Weisselberg also regrets the harm his actions have caused to the Trump Organization and members of the Trump family. He is grateful to them.
To be fair, going to Rikers,
difficult chapter of his life.
You could turn up dead for a plethora of reasons.
Associates who have faced jail time, including Michael Cohen, Trump's longtime personal lawyer, who was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison for orchestrating hush money payments.
I am ashamed of my weakness and my misplaced loyalty.
Paul Manafort, Trump's former campaign chairman, was sentenced to 7.5 years for tax and bank fraud. He is now serving his sentence at home. Trump pardoned longtime friend and advisor Roger Stone days before his sentence.
All these fucking criminals.
Convicted of lying under oath to lawmakers investigating Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election. And Steve Bannon, yet another Trump advisor, was convicted of contempt of Congress and sentenced to 4 months, but has been allowed to put the jail time off while he appeals the ruling. Weisselberg,
and he's still doing his fucking show,
testified against the company in a separate trial that resulted in the conviction of the Trump Organization for tax fraud. But he never turned on Trump himself. The company is scheduled to be sentenced later this week.
So look for that. That's going to be interesting. Let's talk about the dumbest criminal on earth here, apparently. We've had a few in the running this week.
For a minute. So, you know, there are times in this job and career that you know it.
And when I say dumb criminal, I mean we're going to talk about a suspect that is being investigated by the sheriff's department. But I have my suspicions that Sheriff Grady Judd is also a dumb criminal.
Has to be true because you can't even make it up. So let me introduce you to Martin Gonzalez Garcia. This guy is not scheduled to be able to complete college as a Rhodes Scholar. All right? This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth. I mean, I'm just guessing. Thinking out loud, you know.
I don't know. I know some right-wing morons.
At about 1:10 in the morning, we get an alarm at a Dollar General out in Poinciana.
You think we're fools?
And we respond to the alarm and find there's been a burglary and a theft. So we start the investigation, and we have some video of the guy who breaks into the store. Well, the manager looks at this video and goes, well, I recognize that guy. I talked to him about a cell phone. He wanted a cell phone. Interestingly enough, there's a cell phone stolen from the burglary. And not only that, he asked about employment. I gave him an application. Well, not only that, I got his phone number. Did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? I didn't stutter. We had his phone number, and the deputy who's investigating it go, yeah, I recognize that guy from the neighborhood. So we look for him all through the night, and the night shift goes home. They come back to work that night. Now look, I know, look, y'all look at me. I'm not drinking, okay? I'm not on intoxicating drugs. At 18:55 hours at night, we get a 911 hang up. A 911 call. Did you hear that? A 911 call. I'm sober as most judges right now.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Our deputies respond to Cardinal Street in Poinciana to a vacant house with a for sale sign in the yard. So we're checking the house. That's where the 911 call came from. The sliding glass door is open. So we go in and we check it out. And voila, there's Martin, along with his girlfriend, Alicia.
Lovely looking kids.
She's 22. That's right, they're in the house. So we go in and we, of course, take them into custody. Martin confesses to both of the burglaries. Ashless, she confesses to her burglary that they're in the house.
Ashless.
And here's what she said. I swear she said this.
He swears.
It's hard for me to even get this out. She dialed 911 to have a deputy come there to help them move their belongings and take them to the airport so that they could fly back to New York. That they don't like it in Florida anymore. Did you hear? Did you hear that? Did you hear that she dialed 911 from inside the house that they'd broken into so we could help them pack up and give them a ride to the airport so they could return to New York? You have to be from New York to do something like that.
Yeah, he's definitely right winger.
Or you could have been from Baltimore because he used to be there. Or he has an outstanding warrant in Cleveland, Ohio. You could be from Cleveland. But for some reason, I don't think even as inclined as Baltimore and New York is to not enforce the law.
People from Cleveland are pretty stupid.
You would think it's okay to commit a burglary and dial 911 to catch a ride out of the place.
They'll help you move your shit.
That's right. They didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Well, there is something wrong with it. You know, in New York, they're not going to hold you responsible for a minor burglary like that with.
I don't think that's true.
Out of the house, you know, they're going to let you go or have.
I don't think that's true at all, sir.
Or I don't know what.
We're like Grady Chud and
there, but newsflash, they weren't in New York, they weren't in Baltimore, they weren't in Cleveland, they were in Polk County, Florida. And in Polk County, Florida, we lock you up. New phone, new cell phone, girlfriend, we took all of that stuff, and we gave him a ride.
He took his girlfriend?
To the airport. It was to the county jail.
He thinks he's funny. He's doing a stand-up set up
New York
here.
City, hey, maybe the county jail in Polk County is better than New York City. It's certainly safer than New York City. So, I have seen.
I know about the problems at Rikers.
This is the beginning of 2023. We've got a lot of craziness to see this year. But I don't know of anyone who's ever said, hey, I'm in the middle of a burglary here.
We watched those guys set themselves on fire. Psychophab. I gotta read this. Democrats are evils. At least Trump don't play with the super sex. Satanism is feeding us. By extension, Democrats are traitors. They're liars. And mainstream media are playing to brainwash you brains. Oh, yeah. Grady Judd press conferences are, I'd say, more than every week. Probably 2 or 3 a week. And then you have the Lee County Sheriff. Brainwash me brains. Lee County Sheriff, what's his name? Morcino. He's a real fuckstick. Message gave you brain freeze. Oh god, I hate when I snort on stream. California. I covered it last night. Insane the things going on. We're going to start here with the CBS News report.
California coast with torrential rains and thunderstorms causing massive flooding, landslides, and widespread power outages. At least 25 million residents are under flood advisories, while more than 125 million still without power. And as the rains move inland, yet another major storm system will move in right behind it. The governor of California just announced 17 people have died. We have team coverage of this deadly storm, and CBS's Carter Evans will start us off from hard-hit Santa Cruz County. Good evening, Carter.
Brainwash me, Daddy.
Good evening, Nora. The water in this neighborhood is finally starting to recede, only a couple of inches right here. But to give you some context, the amount of rainfall we've received and what's in the forecast, well, it's enough to cover the entire state of California with 15 inches of water. The procession of storms is relentless and unforgiving, flooding homes and roads with each new torrential downpour. In Los Angeles, a massive cleanup is underway. Overnight, up to 8 inches of rain triggered landslides, leaving behind a pile of mud.
The landslide brought it down.
We're asking residents of Los Angeles and all of California to stay off the roadways as much as possible.
A large sinkhole created by the rainfall swallowed 2 cars. A mother and daughter had to be rescued. Even train commuters had to navigate floodwaters inside Union Station. In Northern California, this is what a stretch of the busy 101 freeway near San Francisco looked like.
Meanwhile, 101 and the 5.
The Sacramento River heightened concerns as crews patrol levees around the clock looking for any signs of trouble. The record weather is also wreaking havoc on the Central Coast. CBS's Elise Preston is near Montecito tonight, where evacuation orders have been lifted.
The heavy rains have eased for now, but the hillsides are so saturated, this is the result. One of several rock slides and mudslides, along with flooding, that forced many here in Santa Barbara to stay in shelters. The hills above Santa Barbara recorded 12 to 15 inches of rain, prompting
devastating
evacuations and rescues overnight. It will take some time to clean up messes like this one.
Some forecasters are predicting as much as 22 trillion gallons of water will fall on drought-stricken California when these storms are finally over. That's more than enough water to fill.
Don't call me Mr. Justin.
Lake Powell and
That's
Lake
my dad's name.
Can't we just save a fraction?
That's not true.
That is the hope, but it's a lot more complicated, unfortunately.
Most of the water isn't captured. It's lost to runoff that goes into the ocean.
The challenge there is getting the water from outfalls like this one or rivers and into the groundwater, and we just don't quite have the infrastructure for that.
And with all the sewage, bacteria, and debris in the storm runoff, the water would also have to be
I'm sure it's a cute cat.
Used. And in this case,
Justin the second.
It's just too much, too fast.
Carter Evans, thank you so much.
God damn.
Across California, this roadway in Montecito turned into a muddy river. Highway 101 in Gilroy engulfed. In Chatsworth, 2 people rescued from a giant sinkhole and taken to the hospital with minor injuries. In Valverde, another man rescued after being stuck in his car for over an hour.
A big tree came down the riverbed, grabbed him by the front,
and put them pretty much where they're at right now.
The search called off for a 5-year-old boy in San Luis Obispo County after officials say his mother's car was swept away by floodwaters on Monday. She was rescued by bystanders. He was sent downstream. The search deemed too dangerous for divers. ABC's Matt Rivers in Aptos in a neighborhood where all homes and businesses were forced to evacuate.
They're just chalking up the 5-year-old kid as a loss? Holy shit. Too dangerous. We can't go looking for the 5-year-old that's in a car. Oh, that kid's dead. God damn.
Deemed too dangerous for divers. ABC's Matt Rivers in Aptos in a neighborhood where all homes and businesses were forced to evacuate.
You can see how much floodwater remains here. Floodwater still in here for days now at this point. You can see how much wind as these storms continue to come in off the ocean behind me.
Residents in the mountain town of Felton digging out of a thick layer of mud left behind by receding floodwaters.
It surprised us today. It rose very, very fast. And when the alarm bells went for, flood stage, it was rising about 2 feet per hour.
I mean, this is the biggest flood that we've seen since we've been here, and certainly on the lower end of the neighborhood, so we're on the high end.
Around 90% of Californians are under flood watches or warnings. All of this coming after a nonstop barrage of storms on the West Coast. Parts of Northern California now bracing for up to 7 more feet of snow over the next 7 days. Forecasters say we'll see several more storms here over the next week, and with the ground already so saturated, flooding will once again be a major
caused by the vaccines.
Rena Roy, ABC News, Los Angeles.
No landslides in California until everybody got vaccinated. Hail, thunder, and lightning strikes. This is also happening in California. Several more storms expected. Be safe out there, my California peeps. Let's do some animal videos and get the fuck out of here. Don't forget, we learned a very important lesson tonight.
Yes, toilet paper is good, but water is a much better idea. Use water each and every time you wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass. Wash your ass every day. Make washing your ass an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. So wash your ass. Wash your ass. Toilet paper is good, but water.
Oh no, stick around. I'm gonna give you a few different animal videos here.
Wash your ass. A clean asshole is good for you, good for your well-being, good for your soul, and good for each and everybody who is coming into close proximity with your ass.
Guys like the
wash your ass every day. Make
Indian Conrad Thompson.
an act of devotion and a gift to your body. Life is too short to walk this earth.
He's that emote. He's the dude in that emote.
Wash your ass. Toilet paper.
He's that emote. Holy shit. Let's start with this news hit out of Knoxville. The laughing emote that Mox just used. There was a bald eagle
is National Save the Eagle Day, dedicated to the majestic bird. We've been getting a lot of reports of you spotting them here in East Tennessee. Take a look at this video from Nathan Van Gundy. He says he and his wife were coming home from the grocery store when they spotted this bald eagle in the middle of Ruggles Ferry Pike.
Bust your ass.
By a car and was just sitting there in shock. So she tried to move it off the road. It really wouldn't budge. Eventually, she took off her coat, wrapped it around the eagle, picked it up, moved it off the road. He tells us just a few minutes after he stopped filming, the bald eagle actually was able to fly off. So we're hoping it's okay. Today is National Save.
So he was just a little shocked.
To the majestic bird. We've been getting a lot of reports of you spotting them here in East Tennessee. Take a look at this video from Nathan Van Gundy. He says he and his wife were coming home from the grocery store when they spotted this bald eagle in the middle of Ruggles Ferry Pike. He says apparently it was hit by a car and was just sitting there in shock. So she tried to move it off the road. It really wouldn't budge. Eventually, she took off her coat, wrapped it around the eagle, picked it up, moved it off the road. He tells us just a few minutes after he stopped filming, the bald eagle actually was able to fly off. So we're hoping it's okay.
Pretty bird. I hope the eagle's okay. Let the eagle soar. Oh shit. I know zoos are problematic. I know, I'm well aware. I agree. This zoo welcomed a new baby koala. And it's a girl. And look at that little thing. It's adorable. Look at it. Look at his little facial hairs, little peach fuzz it's got going. She is a majestic creature. I bet she's soft. I wanna cuddle the koala. The zoo in South Carolina has welcomed a baby koala just in time for the new year. We got multiple photos. Want photos of the koala? Oh, look how small. So tiny. He's a tiny little baby. Koalas transmit chlamydia? I mean, I guess it's a chance I'm willing to take. I mean, she doesn't look like she's been sexually active yet. I mean, she's like fucking days old or something there. You little baby. Eucalyptus. You can lick this. That's probably no one got that. That is from a very obscure, like it was like only out on DVD. Here's your cat at a train themed restaurant. Catting around. %, of koalas have chlamydia. Why? How do koalas have chlamydia? Are the koalas living in sexual anarchy?
You live in sexual anarchy?
They don't practice safe sex? It really is because of their sexual promiscuity? Are you just fucking with me? have to live in sexual anarchy. Their species would go in. That's pretty much all species, right? As the cats play with trains. I don't even know what chlamydia is, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not gonna Google chlamydia. Especially not at this hour of the stream. Not at this. We're on the cat videos. Not Googling chlamydia. I like to learn things, but that's not for right now. I got one more though. I got one more video. I think it's a video. This is the coup de grace. This is the coup de grace on this one. Get a conversation. I'm gonna go get a dinner or something. It's a chlamydia stream now. It's a big kitty. It's a big ass kitty. It's a big ass kitty that a woman's just carrying around and then drops. And it looks like it just starts playing again. I believe that's not a full-grown big cat. Like a little teenager. I don't even know what that is. It's not Russian, it's a satellite country. Kuwait. This is Kuwait. Cougar? A little teenage is that a woman carrying that cougar? Yeah. It is a domesticated big kitty, whatever it is. Or it wouldn't be letting her do that, because it's every bit of, 50 pounds, 60 pounds. Kuwait. Yes, Kuwait. That is where this happened. What are the like? She had some groceries or something in her hand as well, as she's carrying her cat that isn't cooperated. It is. I don't want to say it's a baby, like it's teenage year kitty. It's almost as big as her. Or him. I don't know, I might be misgendering them. I can't quite tell. It looks like it's throwing a baby tantrum. If you're watching on Twitch, we're heading over to $27. Baby cat play a couple more times. Been a long one tonight. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin FREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.